What if Harry drank Basilisk Venom and Phoenix Tears together and became an immortal god with irresistible allure? Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see what if Harry drank Basilisk Venom and Phoenix Tears together and became an immortal god with irresistible allure? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now let's start the story. Chapter 1. Venom inflamed the basilisk's fang punched through Harry's arm like a hot knife through butter. And honestly, his first thought was, wow, that's a lot of blood. His second thought was that he was definitely going to die in this disgusting chamber surrounded by thousand-year-old snake bones and Ginny's unconscious body and Tom Riddle's smug ghostly face. And that seemed really unfair considering he was only 12. "You're dying," Tom said, because apparently he felt the need to narrate. "The venom is already spreading. You can feel it, can't you? That burning in your veins." Harry could feel it. It was like someone had injected liquid fire directly into his bloodstream, and it was racing toward his heart with enthusiasm. His vision was going blurry at the edges. His arm had stopped hurting, which probably wasn't a good sign. He still had the diary in his other hand. The fang was still in his arm. Tom was still monologuing about destiny and power and the death of hope, and Harry was so tired of listening to evil people talk. So he ripped the fang out of his own arm, which, ow, terrible idea, 0 stars, and stabbed it into the diary. Tom screamed. Ink erupted from the pages like arterial spray. The ghostly figure flickered and writhed, and Harry kept stabbing, over and over, because if he was going to die down here, then he was taking this pretentious memory with him. Something landed on his shoulder. Warm, soft. Fox. The phoenix was crying. Actual tears, rolling down that golden beak and dripping onto Harry's wound. Harry had read about phoenix tears. Hermione had mentioned them once during one of her tangents, and he knew they were supposed to heal anything. But the venom was faster. He could feel it reaching his chest now, and the tears were working but not quickly enough, and Tom was laughing through his death throes because Harry Potter was going to die anyway. Harry looked at his arm, looked at the black veins spreading up toward his shoulder, looked at the puddle of venom and blood pooling in his elbow where the fang had been. He made a decision. Later, he wouldn't be able to explain why. It wasn't logical. It wasn't strategic. It was pure desperate instinct, the same instinct that had made him grab Fox's tail feathers, that had made him pull the sword of Gryffindor from the hat. Something in him said drink, and he listened. He raised his arm to his mouth and drank. "What are you?" Tom's flickering form actually stopped mid-dissolution. "You idiot. You absolute fool. You'll accelerate your own death." The venom tasted like copper and hate. It burned going down his throat. Harry gagged but kept swallowing, and Fox made a distressed sound and cried harder, tears now falling into Harry's mouth along with the venom. Phoenix tears and basilisk venom. Life and death. Healing and destruction. They met in his stomach and the world exploded. Harry screamed. His back arched off the wet stone floor. Every nerve in his body was firing at once, sending signals of agony and ecstasy and something else entirely, something that had no name because humans weren't meant to feel it. He was burning. He was freezing. He was dying. He was being born. Tom Riddle's shade dissolved completely, the diary giving one final shriek of fury. But Harry barely noticed because his blood was literally glowing through his skin, golden light racing through his veins like electricity, and his scar was splitting open, and something dark and terrible was being burned out of him. A wisp of black smoke erupted from his forehead. It screamed in a voice that was somehow familiar, somehow connected to the shade that had just died, and then Fox lunged forward and swallowed it whole. The phoenix's eyes flashed red for a moment, then gold again. It trilled a note of pure satisfaction. Harry collapsed. For a long moment he just lay there on the chamber floor, breathing. He was alive. He was pretty sure he was alive. His heart was beating. He could feel it, steady and strong, stronger than it had ever felt. The venom burn was gone. The wound on his arm was gone. Even the perpetual ache in his scar was gone. He sat up slowly. His glasses had fallen off at some point, but he could see perfectly without them. Better than perfectly. He could see individual water droplets on the far wall, could see the dust motes floating in the light from Fawkes's feathers. "Okay," he said, and his voice came out different, deeper, smoother. "Okay, that's weird." Fawkes landed on his knee and tilted its head, studying him with ancient eyes. The phoenix didn't seem alarmed, exactly, more curious. Harry looked at his hands. They were the same hands, mostly, same size, same general shape. But his skin had changed ever so slightly. It had a luminous quality now, like he was lit from within. When he moved, he caught glimpses of something shifting beneath the surface. Not scales, exactly. More like the potential of scales. "What did I do?" he whispered. The basilisk's corpse was still there, still massive, still absolutely terrifying even in death. Harry looked at it and felt recognition, like seeing a distant cousin at a family reunion. The wrongness of that comparison made him shudder. Ginny groaned. Harry scrambled to her side. All thoughts of his transformation temporarily shelved. She was waking up, color returning to her cheeks, and when her eyes opened they were brown again instead of that awful empty black. "Harry!" She blinked at him, confused. "What happened? I remember starting to write in the diary, and then, Tom. He was in my head. He made me do things." Her voice cracked. "He made me open the chamber. Those people who got petrified. Harry, that was me. Hey!" Harry grabbed her shoulders, and the moment he touched her, she went absolutely still. Her eyes widened. Her breath caught. Something in her face shifted from panic to awe. "Ginny, it wasn't your fault. Tom possessed you. He used you. But he's gone now. I destroyed the diary." She wasn't listening. She was staring at him like he'd grown a second head. "Harry, what? You look. You feel." He pulled his hands back quickly. Too quickly. Ginny swayed like she'd been holding on to something and suddenly lost her grip. "We need to get out of here," Harry said. "Can you walk?" She nodded dumbly, still staring. Harry helped her to her feet and tried to ignore the way she leaned into his touch, the way her eyes kept darting to his face with an expression he couldn't quite read. Fawkes led them back through the tunnel. Ron was waiting on the other side of the rockfall, and the moment he saw Harry, he dropped the rock he'd been holding. "Bloody hell, mate." Ron's voice came out strangled. "What happened to you?" Basilisk Fong. Phoenix tears. Long story. Harry kept walking, pulling Ginny along, trying to ignore the way Ron was staring at him with the same weird intensity as Ginny. Lockhart. Memory charmed himself. "He's useless." Ron fell into step beside them, and Harry noticed he was walking closer than necessary, like a planet caught in orbit. "Seriously though, Harry, you look different. Good different, but really different. I feel different." They found Lockhart wandering in circles, humming to himself. Harry grabbed his arm to steer him toward the exit, and the man immediately went docile and compliant, following without question. That was wrong. That was very wrong. Lockhart had been a useless coward, but he'd also been willful and vain. This instant obedience wasn't natural. Harry let go. Lockhart blinked, looked around in confusion, then started wandering again. Fawkes's tail feathers got them up the pipe. Harry went last, holding on to Lockhart to make sure the man didn't let go, and when they emerged in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, Professor McGonagall was waiting with Dumbledore and the Weasley parents. Molly Weasley saw Ginny and burst into tears. Arthur caught his daughter as she ran to them, and for a moment everything was hugs and sobs and "my baby, my poor baby." Then Dumbledore turned to look at Harry, and his expression froze. Harry had never seen Dumbledore look uncertain before. The headmaster's face went through several emotions in rapid succession. Recognition, confusion, concern, and something that might have been fear, before settling into careful neutrality. "Harry," he said slowly, "perhaps you should tell me exactly what happened in the chamber." Harry told him. He left out the part about drinking the venom and tears. Instinct told him to keep that secret, at least for now, but he described the fight with the basilisk, the destruction of the diary, the shade of Tom Riddle. "The diary was a Horcrux," Dumbledore said quietly, almost to himself. "I suspected, but He shook his head. We will speak more of this later. For now, you should go to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey will want to examine you. The walk to the hospital wing was strange. Portraits turned to follow Harry's passage. Suits of armor seemed to lean toward him. A ghost floated through the wall, took one look at Harry, and vanished with a shriek. Madame Pomfrey's reaction was the worst. She'd been bustling toward him with her usual brisk efficiency, already scolding him about getting into trouble, when she got within arm's reach and simply stopped. Her professional demeanor cracked. For a solid 5 seconds, she just stared at him with an expression of naked wonder. Then she shook herself hard, and the walls came back up. But her hands were trembling as she guided him to a bed, and she kept her touches brief and clinical. "What happened to you, Potter?" she murmured while running diagnostic spells. "What on earth did you do?" "Killed a basilisk. Got stabbed by its fang. Fox healed me." "No." She shook her head. "Phoenix tears heal wounds. They don't do this." She waved her wand in an intricate pattern, and the results made her go pale. "Your cellular structure has been fundamentally altered. Your magical core has tripled in size. You have venom glands. You have—" She cut herself off, pressing a hand to her mouth. "I have what?" "Mr. Potter, when was the last time you aged?" Harry didn't understand the question. "What?" "Your telomeres. They're not degrading. They're regenerating." Pomfrey sat down heavily on the bed next to his. "Whatever you did in that chamber, Mr. Potter, I don't think you're going to get any older." The words didn't make sense at first. Harry turned them over in his head, examining them from different angles, waiting for them to click into place. "You mean I'm immortal? I mean I don't know what you are." Pomfrey's voice was barely above a whisper. "But I don't think you're entirely human anymore." She gave him a sleeping draft that barely worked. It took 4 times the normal dose to even make him drowsy, and left him in the hospital wing while she went to get Dumbledore. Harry lay in the dark and listened to his own heartbeat. It was slower than before, stronger. When he focused, he could hear other heartbeats too. Pomfrey's in her office, quick with anxiety. Someone else is in the bed at the far end of the wing, steady and sleeping. He could hear mice in the walls. He could hear an owl hunting somewhere outside the castle. He could hear the castle itself. Somehow, the groaning of ancient stone and the whisper of magic through foundations laid 1,000 years ago. Something moved in the darkness. Harry turned his head and saw a snake, small, harmless, probably just looking for mice, sliding along the floor near his bed. "Hello," he said, not even thinking about it. The snake stopped, rose up, tasted the air with its tongue. "Master," it said, "you have returned." Harry's blood ran cold. "What do you mean, returned?" "The Great One who sleeps told us, told all serpents. The true heir would come, would drink venom and flame, would wake the old ways." The snake lowered itself back down. "We have waited so long, Master. What would you have us do?" "I'm not your master. I'm not anyone's master." The snake seemed confused by this. "But you are. Can you not feel it? The blood calls to blood. All serpents are yours now. All venomous things. You need only command and we will obey." Harry closed his eyes. His hands were shaking. "Go away. Please. Just go away." The snake went, but Harry could still feel it. Feel all of them. Every serpent in Hogwarts and the surrounding grounds. Dozens of cold, bright presences at the edge of his awareness. They were waiting, listening, ready to serve. He didn't sleep that night. He didn't think he'd ever sleep easily again. Dumbledore came for him in the morning. The old wizard looked like he hadn't slept either. His robes were slightly rumpled, his half-moon spectacles sitting crooked on his nose. He conjured a chair beside Harry's bed and sat down with a heaviness that had nothing to do with physical weight. "Harry," he said, "I believe you left something out of your account last night." Harry considered lying. It would be easy, he was good at lying, had gotten plenty of practice with the Dursleys, and Dumbledore couldn't possibly know what he'd done. But something in those blue eyes, dim and worried, made him reconsider. Dumbledore had kept secrets from Harry all his life. Important secrets. Life-changing secrets. Maybe it was time to break that cycle. I drank it, Harry said. The venom, the phoenix tears. Both of them at the same time. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Ah, I was dying. It was instinct. I don't even know why I thought it would help. It was not random instinct. Dumbledore opened his eyes again, and now there was something ancient in his gaze. Harry, what do you know about magical inheritance? Not much. Hermione mentioned it once. Magic recognizes magic. Blood recognizes blood. You are not the first Potter to face a basilisk, nor the first to bond with a phoenix. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. Your family has history with serpentkind. History that has been largely forgotten. I suspect some echo of that heritage guided your actions last night. Harry sat up straighter. You knew? You knew this could happen. No. I knew it was possible for the Potter line to produce a Parselmouth, which is rare enough. But this, he gestured at Harry, encompassing everything. This is unprecedented. The combination of basilisk venom and phoenix tears has been theorized, but never achieved. The two substances should annihilate each other. Instead, they have merged, and merged with you. What am I? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. I don't know, he finally admitted, but I intend to find out. With your permission, I would like to conduct some tests. No. The word came out harder than Harry intended. Dumbledore blinked, surprised. No tests, Harry said. No examinations. No experiments. I'm not a specimen. I didn't mean to imply. Yes, you did. Harry swung his legs off the bed and stood. He was the same height as before, hadn't grown an inch, but somehow he felt like he was looking Dumbledore in the eye. You want to study me, figure out what I am, how I work, what I can do. Then you want to use that information for your plans. The same way you've been using me since I was a baby. Dumbledore's face went very still. Harry, I know about the prophecy. Harry didn't know how he knew. He'd certainly never been told. But as soon as he said it, he was certain it was true. Something had changed in his mind along with his body. Connections were forming that hadn't existed before. I know Voldemort is coming back. I know you've been preparing me to fight him. What I don't know is why you never bothered to tell me any of this yourself. The silence stretched between them. Dumbledore seemed to age 10 years in 10 seconds. You are correct, he said quietly. I have kept things from you. I told myself it was for your protection, that you were too young, that the burden would be too heavy. But I see now that I underestimated you. I have been underestimating you since the moment you walked into this school. So stop. Tell me what you know. All of it. That is not a conversation for a hospital wing. Dumbledore rose from his chair, joints creaking. Come to my office this evening. I will answer your questions as fully as I am able. You have my word. Harry wanted to push harder, but something told him this was as much as he'd get right now. Fine. But Dumbledore. He waited until the old man turned back. I'm not your weapon. I'm not your soldier. Whatever I've become, I decide what to do with it. Not you. I would expect nothing less, Dumbledore said, but there was sadness in his voice, and something that might have been fear. He left Harry alone with his new senses and his racing thoughts and the distant hum of serpent voices waiting for commands. The great hall went dead silent when Harry walked in for breakfast. He'd found his robes, spelled them clean, tried to make himself look as normal as possible. It hadn't worked. The moment he stepped through the doors, every head turned. Every conversation died. Even the enchanted ceiling seemed to still, clouds freezing mid-drift. Harry kept walking. He focused on the Gryffindor table, on Hermione's bushy hair and Ron's red head, and tried to ignore the weight of 500 stairs. Hermione stood up as he approached. Her eyes were red-rimmed. She'd been crying probably all night, but her jaw was set with determination. Harry James Potter, don't you ever do something like that again without telling me first. Hermione, she hugged him. It was fierce and tight and completely unexpected, and for a moment Harry let himself sink into it, let himself pretend he was still the same boy she'd befriended on a train 18 months ago. Then she stiffened. Her breath caught. Her arms tightened in a way that wasn't quite voluntary. Harry pulled back gently. You feel it too? Hermione nodded, her expression a war between academic fascination and personal concern. It's like standing next to a fire, a really pleasant fire. I want to move closer. She took a deliberate step back. What happened to you? Long story. I'll tell you later. Harry sat down, keeping space between himself and his friends. Ron was staring at him from across the table, mouth slightly open. Ron, you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. It's just. Ron shook his head sharply, like clearing water from his ears. It's hard to think when you're looking at me like that. Like what? Like anything. Your eyes are doing something weird. Harry grabbed a spoon and tried to see his reflection in its surface. The image was distorted, but he could make out enough. His eyes had changed. The green was brighter now, almost luminous, with slit pupils that widened and narrowed as he watched. Oh, he said, that's new. Whispers were spreading through the hall. Harry could hear all of them, every hushed word, every speculation and rumor and fear. The boy who lived had killed a basilisk. The boy who lived had been transformed. The boy who lived was something else now, something dangerous, something not quite human. They weren't wrong. Draco Malfoy approached the Gryffindor table, which was unusual enough to draw even more attention. His pale face was carefully blank, but his steps were slightly unsteady, like he was fighting against invisible resistance. Potter, he said, and his voice cracked on the word. He cleared his throat, tried again. Potter, my father wants to speak with you. Your father is being arrested right now for putting the diary in Ginny's cauldron. Harry didn't raise his voice, but somehow it carried. More silence. More stares. He won't be speaking to anyone except the Wizengamot. Malfoy's mask slipped. Fear showed through, raw and genuine. You can't know that. You can't prove. I can. I will. Harry held Malfoy's gaze, and the blonde boy flinched back like he'd been struck. Your father used a dark artifact to try to murder children. He did it to discredit the Weasleys and further his political agenda. The diary told me everything before it died. The diary told you? Tom Riddle was very chatty. Right up until I stabbed him to death. Malfoy's face went white. Whiter than usual, which Harry hadn't thought was possible. He opened his mouth, closed it, turned around, and walked very quickly out of the great hall. The whispers exploded into full conversations. Harry tuned them out and focused on eating. He was hungry. Ravenous, actually, in a way he'd never experienced before. His body was demanding fuel for all the changes still happening inside him. Harry, Hermione said carefully, did you have to do that? In front of everyone? Probably not. Harry swallowed a mouthful of eggs. But I'm done being pushed around. I'm done being manipulated. The Malfoys tried to kill my friend. They don't get to walk away from that. No, I mean the way Draco looked at you. The way everyone's looking at you. Hermione bit her lip. You're scaring people. Harry paused. Looked around the great hall. Really looked. She was right. Most of the faces weren't admiring or awed. They were frightened. Students were sitting as far from him as possible, pressing against the edges of benches. Teachers at the high table were watching him with wary expressions. Even the ghosts were keeping their distance. He'd spent his whole life trying to fit in, trying to be normal, trying not to draw attention. Now he couldn't stop drawing attention even if he wanted to. His very presence was a disruption, a wrongness that everyone could feel. Good, he said, and he wasn't entirely sure if he meant it. Maybe they should be scared. Maybe then they'll leave me alone. Hermione and Ron exchanged looks. Harry pretended not to notice. The week before term ended was strange. Harry had to give testimony to the DMLE about the chamber. Madame Bones herself came to conduct the interview, and she was one of the few people whose demeanor didn't seem affected by whatever Harry was radiating. Her eyes stayed focused and professional. Her questions stayed sharp and relevant. You're different than I expected, she said when the interview was finished. All those Daily Prophet articles painted you as a victim, a symbol. You're neither of those things, are you? I don't know what I am yet, Harry admitted. But I know what I'm not. I'm not going to be anyone's puppet. Bones almost smiled. Good. We have enough puppets in the ministry. Keep that attitude, Mr. Potter. You're going to need it. Lucius Malfoy was arrested. Harry watched it happen from a window, watched the Aurors lead him out in magical bindings, watched Draco's face crumple before rebuilding itself into cold hatred. Harry felt nothing. Maybe he should have felt triumph or satisfaction or at least closure. Instead, there was just emptiness. The petrified students were revived. Hermione hugged him again when she woke up, and again he had to pull back from the way she pressed closer without meaning to. Colin Creevey tried to take his picture and the camera exploded. Justin Finch-Fletchley looked at Harry with an expression of pure terror and refused to be in the same room with him. It's not personal, Hermione said, after Justin fled from the library. He was petrified because of the basilisk. Seeing you must trigger some kind of... It's fine, Harry said. I get it, but it wasn't fine. None of it was fine. Harry could feel himself becoming isolated, could feel the distance growing between himself and the normal world. Even his closest friends struggled to be near him for long. The Allure, because that's what it was, he'd figured that out, pulled at people constantly, made them uncomfortable in ways they couldn't articulate. Only 3 people seemed unaffected. The first was Dumbledore, whose occlumency shields were apparently strong enough to block out Harry's passive influence. Their conversation in his office was long and difficult and answered some questions while raising 100 more. The prophecy, the Horcruxes, Voldemort's inevitable return. Harry left that meeting with his head spinning and a burning determination to be ready. The second was Snape, which made a horrible kind of sense. The potions master took one look at the new Harry, sneered, and went right back to treating him like dirt. If anything, his hostility had increased, but it was genuine hostility, not the confused fear everyone else displayed. Harry found himself almost grateful for it. At least with Snape, he knew where he stood. The third was more surprising. Harry was in the library, working through a stack of books on magical theory that Hermione had recommended, when someone sat down across from him without invitation. She was his age, maybe a year older, with dark hair and blue eyes and a face that would be beautiful if it weren't arranged in such careful blankness. Slytherin robes, an air of cold composure that reminded him of fresh snow. "You're Harry Potter," she said. "I know. I'm Daphne Greengrass." "Okay." She studied him for a long moment. Harry studied her back and slowly realized something. She wasn't affected. Her heartbeat was steady. Her breathing was normal. Her eyes tracked his face without that dreamy, hungry quality he'd grown used to seeing. "You're immune," he said. "Yes." "How?" Daphne's composure cracked slightly. Not much, just a flicker of something in her eyes. "My family has a blood curse. It affects the women. We can't form magical bonds with others. No oaths, no contracts, no compulsions. It also means we can't be charmed, enthralled, or influenced by any form of supernatural attraction." Harry sat back. "That sounds useful." "It's not." Her voice was flat. "The curse kills us. Slowly. Most Greengrass women don't make it past 30. "Oh." Harry didn't know what to say to that. "I'm sorry." "Don't be. I'm not telling you for sympathy." Daphne leaned forward, and there was something sharp in her gaze now. "I'm telling you because I want to make a deal." "What kind of deal?" "You need someone who can tell you the truth without being compromised by whatever you're projecting. I need access to resources that might help me break my family's curse." She paused. "The Potter fortune is extensive. The Potter library is legendary. And you clearly have no idea how to navigate pureblood politics. So you want to use me for my money and books? And in exchange you'll be my advisor?" Essentially. Harry should have been offended. He should have thrown her out, accused her of being mercenary, dismissed her offer as Slytherin manipulation. Instead, he laughed. Daphne blinked, her composure slipping further. "I didn't say anything funny." "No, you didn't." Harry shook his head, still chuckling. It's just, everyone else walks on eggshells around me. They're so busy being affected by whatever I've become that they can't think straight. And you march up and propose a business arrangement like I'm just another person. You are just another person. You're a person with unusual magical abilities and significant resources. That doesn't make you a god. Tell that to the snakes. Daphne raised an eyebrow. Harry realized he'd said more than he intended. The snakes think I'm some kind of messiah, he said. They keep calling me master. They say something old told them I was coming. Something old. I don't know what it means yet. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then, that's even more reason you need someone who can think clearly around you. Someone who can tell you when you're being an idiot or when you're walking into a trap. And you're volunteering for that job? I'm proposing a mutually beneficial arrangement. She stood, smoothing her robes. Think about it. We can discuss terms when you've made a decision. She walked away, and Harry watched her go, noting the straightness of her spine, the precision of her steps. No hesitation, no backward glances. He thought about it for approximately 30 seconds. Greengrass. She stopped at the library door. How do I know you won't just take what you want and betray me? She turned back, and for the first time, something like a smile crossed her face. You don't. But I'll tell you this. I've spent my whole life learning to recognize lies and manipulations because I can't afford to be fooled. If I wanted to betray you, I would have waited until you trusted me. The fact that I'm being upfront about my motivations should tell you something. It tells me you're smarter than most people. Obviously. The smile widened slightly. Do we have a deal? Harry stood and walked toward her. He could feel the allure projecting, could feel the pressure that would make anyone else step closer, reach out, give in. Daphne didn't move, didn't flinch, just waited, ice-cold and steady. He held out his hand. Deal. They shook on it, and Harry felt something click into place. Not a magical bond. Those couldn't form with Daphne, but something more fundamental. Connection. An alliance. The first genuine partnership he'd ever had. Meet me on the train tomorrow, Daphne said. We'll start with the basics of pure-blood etiquette. You're going to need it when the Wisengamot comes calling. The Wisengamot? You just took down one of the sacred 28, Potter. The political fallout is going to be massive. You need to be ready. She nodded once, precisely. Until tomorrow. She left. Harry returned to his books, but he couldn't focus on the words. His mind kept circling back to Daphne's curse, to Malfoy's fear, to the snake voices whispering in the walls. Something was coming. Something bigger than Lucius Malfoy or the Chamber of Secrets or even Voldemort. Harry could feel it gathering on the horizon like a storm. He wasn't afraid. That surprised him. He'd spent so much of his life being afraid, of the Dursleys, of Snape, of failure, of being different. Now the fear was gone, replaced by something harder and colder. He was done being afraid. He was done being used. Whatever came next, he would face it on his own terms. The snakes in the walls whispered their approval, and Harry let them. The train ride home started badly and got worse. Harry found a compartment near the back, hoping for some privacy. Ron and Hermione joined him, of course, but they couldn't stay long. The allure wore on them, made them fidgety and uncomfortable, and after an hour Hermione made an excuse about finding the prefects and Ron mumbled something about chocolate frogs. Harry let them go. It hurt, but he let them go. Daphne appeared shortly after, sliding into the seat across from him with a leather satchel full of documents. First lesson, house standings. You need to know who's who if you're going to survive the summer. I thought I just had to survive the Dursleys. The Dursleys are irrelevant. Your testimony put Lucius Malfoy in Azkaban. The other sacred 28 families are going to react, and some of those reactions will be violent. Daphne spread papers across the table between them. The Malfoys have allies. The Knotts, the Parkinsons, the Averys. They're going to come after you. Let them come. That's exactly the attitude that will get you killed. Daphne's voice was sharp. You're powerful, Potter, but you're not invincible. And even if you were, there are people you care about who aren't. The Weasleys, Granger, They're vulnerable and your enemies will exploit that. Harry's new instincts flared. The thought of someone hurting his friends made something cold and venomous rise in his chest. If anyone touches them, then you'll what? Kill them? Daphne met his eyes without flinching. Maybe you could. Maybe you'd even be justified. But then what? More enemies. More retaliation. The cycle never ends unless you're smart enough to break it. So what do you suggest? Politics. Alliances. Making yourself too costly to attack. She tapped one of the documents. You have resources most people don't know about. The Potter estate has been accumulating for centuries. Gold, artifacts, magical properties, political favors owed by families who forgot the debts existed. We need to take stock of what you have before we can decide how to use it. Harry looked at the papers. Financial statements, property deeds, genealogical charts. A whole world of pure-blood machinations he'd never known existed. This is going to take more than a train ride. It's going to take years. But we start now. Daphne pulled out a quill. First question. Do you know who manages the Potter accounts? I didn't even know I had accounts until I was 11. Then we start there. They worked through the afternoon, Daphne explaining and Harry absorbing. He learned about Gringotts vaults and inheritance laws and the political structure of magical Britain. He learned about his family's history, older and stranger than he'd ever imagined, and the responsibilities that came with the Potter name. At some point, the trolley which came by. She took one look at Harry and dropped her entire cart, sweets scattering across the corridor floor. Harry helped her pick them up, and she kept apologizing, kept touching his hands, kept looking at him with that dazed expression he was growing to hate. Daphne watched with clinical interest. The allure is stronger when you're focused on someone. I noticed. You need to learn to suppress it, or at least modulate it. I don't know how. Then we'll figure it out. Daphne made a note in her ever-present notebook. Add it to the list. The list was getting very long. Evening fell. The train rolled on through increasingly familiar countryside. Harry felt the approach of King's Cross like a weight in his chest. The Dursleys were waiting, and whatever he'd become, he still had to go back to them. Or did he? Daphne, those properties you mentioned. The Potter family has multiple houses. At least 4 that I know of. The main manor in Wales, a London townhouse, a cottage in Scotland, and something called the Sanctuary that doesn't appear on any maps. Could I live in one of them? Daphne paused her writing. Legally? It's complicated. You're still underage, and your magical guardian is... She checked her notes. Albus Dumbledore, apparently. He would have to approve any change of residence. What if I didn't ask for approval? Then the ministry might get involved. But honestly, Daphne's lips curved slightly. Given what you've become, I'm not sure they'd want to push the issue. Sending Aurors after an immortal with basilisk venom in his blood doesn't seem like a winning strategy. Harry thought about the Dursleys, about the cupboard and the insults and the years of neglect and petty cruelty, about going back to that house and pretending to be something he wasn't. I'm not going back, he said. I didn't think you would. The train arrived at platform 9 3/4. Harry said goodbye to Ron and Hermione, brief farewells, the discomfort too strong for lingering, and walked through the barrier with Daphne at his side. The Dursleys were waiting. Vernon's face was already purple with impatience. Petunia's lips were pressed thin with distaste. Dudley was eating something and looked bored. They saw Harry and their expressions changed. Vernon went pale. Petunia's hand flew to her throat. Even Dudley stopped chewing, something like instinct warning him that predator was nearby. Harry walked toward them. He didn't speed up or slow down. He didn't try to suppress the presence that radiated from him like heat from a flame. I'm not coming with you, he said. Vernon spluttered. Now see here, boy. No. Harry didn't raise his voice. Didn't have to. I'm done. I'm not your servant. I'm not your punching bag. And I'm not your burden anymore. I have other places to go. You'll never see me again. You ungrateful freak. Vernon's voice cracked with hysteria. After everything we did for you, you starved me. You locked me in a cupboard. You let your son use me as a punching bag for 10 years. Harry stepped closer, and Vernon stumbled backward. You're lucky I'm not the vindictive type. But push me right now, and I might reconsider. Vernon's mouth worked silently. No words came out. Harry turned and walked away. He didn't look back. Behind him, he heard Petunia's strangled sob, heard Dudley asking what was happening, heard Vernon's impotent rage exploding into stammered threats. He didn't care. He was done caring about people who had never cared about him. Daphne was waiting by the barrier. That was dramatic. It was necessary. Where will you go? Harry considered. The Potter Manor would have wards, would be safe, would give him space to figure out what he'd become. But it would also be isolated. Alone. I need to make a stop first, he said. Gringotts. Then the Potter London house. Can you meet me there tomorrow? I can. Daphne hesitated, which was unusual for her. Potter. Harry. Are you going to be all right? It was the first time she'd used his first name. The first time she'd shown anything like personal concern. I don't know, Harry admitted. But I'm going to find out. They parted ways at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry walked into Diagon Alley as the last light faded from the sky, and the wizards and witches on the street gave him a wide berth, sensing something they couldn't name. He was different now. Transformed. Immortal, if Pomfrey was right, with powers he was only beginning to understand and enemies he was only beginning to identify. But he was also free. For the first time in his life, truly free. Harry Potter walked into the gathering dark, and the shadows welcomed him home. Gringotts at night was a different beast entirely. The marble halls were lit by flickering torchlight, casting strange shadows across the goblin faces. Most of the tellers had gone home, but a skeleton crew remained for customers with urgent business. Harry walked up to the nearest desk and waited. The goblin looked up, started to sneer, and then stopped. His eyes went wide. His nostrils flared. What are you? The question came out hushed, almost reverent. I'm Harry Potter. I need to access my family's accounts. The goblin didn't move. He was staring at Harry like he was seeing a ghost. Or maybe something worse than a ghost. You have serpent blood, the goblin whispered. The old blood. The blood of the great ones. Harry didn't know what that meant, but he filed it away for later. My accounts. Please. The goblin shook himself. Yes, of course. Griphook. He shouted over his shoulder, and a familiar goblin appeared. Take Mr. Potter to his vault. All of his vaults. All of them. Harry hadn't realized there was more than one. Griphook led him deep into the earth. Past the vault Harry remembered from his first visit. Past levels he hadn't known existed. The cart moved faster and faster, plunging through darkness studded with distant lights. There are 4 Potter vaults, Griphook said. The Trust Vault you've been accessing. The Family Vault, which requires blood confirmation. The Artifact Vault, which requires both blood and magic. And the Restricted Vault, which no Potter has opened in 300 years. Why not? Because the last Potter to try didn't survive. The cart stopped at a massive door carved with serpent motifs. Harry stepped out and approached it, and the serpents began to move. They slithered across the metal surface, tongues tasting the air, eyes glittering in the torchlight. Blood air. One of them hissed. We taste the venom. We taste the flame. You are welcome. The door swung open. Inside was more gold than Harry had ever seen. Mountains of it, literal mountains, coins and bars and artifacts jumbled together in glittering heaps. But it wasn't the gold that caught his attention. It was the books. An entire wall of the vault was covered in shelves, and those shelves were packed with texts. Ancient grimoires, leather-bound journals, scrolls sealed with wax and magic. Harry moved toward them without thinking, drawn by something deep in his transformed bones. The Potter collection, Griphook said, accumulated over 1,000 years. Some of those books exist nowhere else. Harry ran his fingers along the spines. History, magic theory, potions, dark arts defense. And there, in the corner, a section marked with serpent runes. Parseltongue magic, he breathed. Your ancestors were speakers. Before it became taboo, before Slytherin's reputation poisoned the gift, Parselmouths were respected. Feared, sometimes, but respected. Griphook's voice was oddly soft. These books contain knowledge that has been lost to the rest of the wizarding world. Spells, rituals, secrets. Harry pulled out a book at random. The cover was scaled like snakeskin, and it warmed at his touch. Inside, the text was written in English, but the margins were filled with notes in Parseltongue. Annotations from generations of Potter speakers. I want to take some of these with me. The books are keyed to Potter blood. They will not function for anyone else, and they will return to the vault if removed for more than a year without renewal. Griphook produced a small bag. This moleskin pouch will hold anything you wish to carry. A gift from the bank, in honor of your transformation. Harry looked at the goblin sharply. Why are you being so helpful? The great serpents were friends to Goblinkind once, before the wizards hunted them to extinction. Griphook's smile was sharp and toothy. Their blood runs in your veins now. That means something to us. Harry didn't fully understand, but he accepted the pouch and began filling it with books. History of Parseltongue magic, serpent rites and rituals, Venom craft, a speaker's guide, and a thin, ancient journal labeled simply The Sleeper. He took gold too, enough to last him months. And a ring, the Potter family ring, which sealed itself to his finger the moment he touched it and sent a warm pulse through his body. There is one more thing, Griphook said as Harry prepared to leave. The restricted vault. The one that killed the last Potter who tried to open it? The same. Griphook's eyes glittered. I believe you might fare differently. Harry hesitated. Common sense said to leave it alone, to focus on the resources he already had, to not push his luck. But his new instincts were screaming at him. Something was in that vault. Something important. Something that had been waiting for him. Show me. The restricted vault was at the very bottom of Gringotts, past wards and traps and guardians that Harry sensed more than saw. The door was smaller than the others, plain stone marked with a single symbol, a serpent eating its own tail. Ouroboros, Harry murmured, the symbol of eternal return, of death and rebirth. Griphook stopped well back from the door. I can go no further. Whatever happens next is between you and what waits inside. Harry approached the door. It had no lock, no handle, no obvious mechanism. Open, he said in Parseltongue. The stone rippled. The Ouroboros began to move, slithering in its endless circle. And then a voice, old, vast, impossibly ancient, echoed in Harry's mind. Blood of my blood. Venom of my venom. At last you come. Harry's vision went white. He was standing in a void, formless and infinite. Before him coiled something massive. A serpent larger than the Basilisk, larger than Hogwarts, larger than anything he'd ever imagined. Its scales were every color and no color. Its eyes were stars. I am the first, the serpent said. The progenitor. The source. What are you? I am what you will become. In time. If you survive. Harry's heart should have been pounding. His hands should have been shaking. Instead, he felt perfectly calm. Perfectly centered. Why are you here? I am not here. I am everywhere and nowhere. I sleep beneath the world. And my dreams shape reality. The great serpent's eyes focused on him. And Harry felt the weight of that attention like a physical force. You have drunk the sacred mixture. Venom and flame. Death and rebirth. You are the first in 1,000 years to do so. The first since my last chosen was murdered. Salazar Slytherin? No. Slytherin was a pretender. A powerful speaker, but merely human. My last chosen was your ancestor, Harold Potter. He was killed by those who feared what he would become. Harry processed that. And now I'm your new chosen? You are a candidate. You have the blood. You have undergone the transformation. But you are not ready. You are still too human, too weak, too bound by the petty concerns of your brief lives. Then what do I need to do? The serpent's laughter shook the void. Grow, learn, survive. There are forces that will try to stop you. Forces that fear what you represent. The cult that worships me will try to claim you. The Dark One who split his soul will try to consume you. The old wizard who plays with prophecies will try to control you. You must overcome them all. And if I do, then you will be ready to learn the truth. About what you are. About what this world is. About the sleep that preserves and the waking that ends. The serpent began to fade. Go now. The vault contains gifts to aid your journey. Use them wisely. Harry's vision cleared. He was standing in a small stone room, and before him was a pedestal holding 3 objects. A ring set with a black stone, a wand made of bone, and a cloak that shimmered like liquid shadow. He knew these objects. Everyone knew these objects. The Deathly Hallows, he breathed. Harry emerged from Gringotts at midnight, richer in gold and artifacts and questions than he'd ever been. His moleskin pouch held books that could revolutionize magical understanding. His finger wore a ring that connected him to generations of Potter ancestors. And in his pocket were 3 objects that shouldn't exist, that were supposed to be legend, that apparently had been in his family's possession all along. The night air was cool on his face. London stretched before him, vast and glittering and full of people who had no idea what he'd become. Harry pulled out his new wand. The Bone Wand, the Elder Wand, the Death Stick, and felt its power thrum through him. It was like touching lightning, like holding a piece of the sun. I am Harry Potter, he said quietly to the empty street. I am the last of my line. I am the chosen of the Great Serpent. And I am going to find out the truth about all of this, no matter who tries to stop me. Somewhere in the distance, a snake hissed approval. Harry smiled and walked into his new life. Chapter 2. The Weight of Eyes. Harry's wand. His original holly wand, not the bone one humming with terrible power in his pocket. Connected with the wards around number 12, Grimmauld Place, and the whole building shuddered. He hadn't meant to come here. He'd been walking through London, looking for the Potter townhouse his family supposedly owned, when his feet had simply brought him somewhere else. The magic in his blood recognized something, called to something, and now he was standing in front of a grimy row of townhouses in a neighborhood that smelled like old garbage and older regrets. Well, Harry muttered, this is weird. A door appeared between numbers 11 and 13. Black wood, silver knocker shaped like a serpent. Harry approached it and the serpent's eyes opened. Speaker, it hissed. Blood of Black. You are welcome. Harry frowned. I'm not a Black. Your grandmother was Doria Black. The blood remembers what the name forgets. The door swung open. Harry stepped inside and immediately gagged. The smell was indescribable. Rot and mold and something else, something organic and wrong. The hallway was dark, thick with dust, and from somewhere deeper in the house came a low, constant muttering. Filthy mudbloods, traitors to blood, the noble house of Black brought low. Harry followed the sound. His new eyes adjusted instantly to the darkness, picking out details no human should see. The scorch marks on the walls, the scratches in the floorboards, the portrait frames hanging empty and abandoned, except one. A woman stared out at him from a massive gilt frame. Her face was gaunt, her eyes mad, her mouth twisted in an expression of pure contempt. She was the source of the muttering, an endless stream of bile and hatred pouring from painted lips. Another one, she spat when she saw Harry. Another half-blood abomination come to sully the... She stopped. Her eyes went wide. What are you? I'm Harry Potter. Your house seems to think I belong here. The portrait, and Harry was starting to suspect this, was Walburga Black, Sirius's mother. Leaned forward as far as the frame would allow. Her nostrils flared. Her painted tongue darted out, tasting air that didn't exist. Speaker, she breathed. True speaker. Not that Slytherin pretender's borrowed gift, the old blood. The blood of the great ones. Her mad eyes filled with something like awe. You've drunk the sacred mixture. How does everyone keep knowing that? Because it changes you, boy. Changes you in ways that can't be hidden. The serpent's blessing is written in your very essence. Walburga's expression shifted, became calculating. The Black family has waited generations for one like you. We have resources, knowledge, weapons against our enemies. All of it could be yours. In exchange for what? In exchange for restoring our family to its rightful glory. My son, my true son, not the blood traitor, rots in Azkaban for crimes he didn't commit. Free him. Give him heirs. Continue the Black line with serpent blood. Harry thought about this. He didn't know much about the Blacks, but he knew Sirius had been disowned for rejecting their pure-blood ideology, which meant Walburga's true son was someone else. Regulus. Walburga's face contorted with grief. Dead. My Regulus is dead. But there are others. Distant cousins. The Malfoy boy carries black blood through his mother. The line can be restored if... I'm not interested in pure-blood breeding programs. Harry turned away. Thanks for the welcome, but I'll find somewhere else to stay. Wait. Walburga's voice lost its imperious edge, became almost desperate. The house accepts you. That means something. The wards, the protections, the artifacts we've accumulated for centuries. They're yours now. By right of blood and magic. You can't simply walk away from that. Harry paused at the door. She had a point. If this house recognized him as its master, that was an asset he couldn't afford to ignore, especially with enemies already circling. I'll stay, he said, but we're going to have some ground rules. No more screaming about mudbloods. No more plotting to restore pure blood supremacy. And you're going to tell me everything you know about the Black family's dealings with dark magic. Walburga's expression cycled through outrage, calculation, and finally something like respect. You have the arrogance of a true Black. Very well, Speaker. I accept your terms. For now. Harry nodded and went to explore his new home. Grimmauld Place was a nightmare. 3 floors of cursed objects, dark artifacts, and magical traps designed to kill anyone stupid enough to touch them. Harry spent the first hour just identifying the most dangerous items. A locket that whispered temptations, a hand that tried to strangle him, a music box that would have put him to sleep forever if he'd wound it more than twice. The house elf was worse. Creature appeared without warning, popping into existence directly in front of Harry with a sound like a stepped-on cat. He was ancient, wrinkled, and absolutely insane, muttering under his breath about blood traitors and unworthy masters and poor mistress. What would she say? You're the new master, Creature croaked, eyeing Harry with undisguised hostility. Creature can feel the bond. Creature must obey. I don't want a slave. What Master wants is not Creature's concern. The bond exists. Creature serves. His enormous eyes narrowed. But Master is strange. Master smells of serpent and fire. Master is not fully human. No, Harry agreed. I'm not. Does that bother you? Creature considered this for a long moment. Then, slowly, his hostility faded into something more complex. The great serpents were friends to house elves once, before wizards bound us. The serpents treated us as equals. He looked at Harry with new interest. If Master carries their blood, perhaps Master is not as unworthy as Creature thought. That's the nicest thing anyone said to me all week. Creature almost smiled. It was terrifying. They worked together to secure the house. Creature knew where all the traps were, which made things considerably easier. By dawn, Harry had claimed a bedroom on the 3rd floor, set up basic wards, and made a list of everything that needed to be destroyed, studied, or sold. The locket was at the top of the study list. Something about it felt wrong in a way he couldn't articulate. When he touched it, his scar, which had been silent since the chamber, gave a distant pulse of pain. Harry put it in a sealed box and resolved not to touch it again until he knew more. Sleep came eventually, though it was shallow and strange. He dreamed of serpents coiling through darkness, of a voice older than time whispering secrets in languages that didn't exist, of his own body dissolving and reforming into something vast and terrible. He woke at noon feeling better than he had in years. Daphne arrived at precisely 3 o'clock, because of course she did. Harry felt her approach before he heard the knock. Her magical signature was different from everyone else's, muted and cold where others burned bright. The curse in her blood, he assumed. It made her presence feel like a gap in the world. He opened the door and Daphne stepped inside without waiting for an invitation. Her eyes swept the hallway, cataloging and dismissing in rapid succession. "This is Grimald Place," she said. "The Black family seat. How do you have access to the Black family seat?" "Apparently my grandmother was a Black. The house recognized me. Doria Black." Daphne's voice was flat. "I should have made that connection. The Black inheritance is significant, potentially more so than the Potter holdings, depending on how the succession plays out. There's a portrait of Walburga Black in the hallway. She's intense. Walburga Black was a fanatic and a monster. Don't trust anything she tells you." Daphne moved past him, heading deeper into the house. "Show me what you've found." Harry gave her the tour. She examined everything with clinical precision, making notes in that ever-present notebook, occasionally asking questions that revealed a depth of knowledge about dark artifacts that surprised him. "The locket," she said when they reached his bedroom. "Show me the locket." Harry retrieved the sealed box. The moment he opened it, Daphne went rigid. "That's dark magic. Old dark magic. Possibly the darkest I've ever encountered." She leaned closer, studying the locket without touching it. "There's something inside. Something alive." "I know. I can feel it." Harry's scar twitched. "It feels like Tom Riddle." Daphne's head snapped up. "Explain." Harry told her about the diary, about the piece of Voldemort's soul that had possessed Ginny, about Dumbledore's suspicion that it was a Horcrux, about the way Fawkes had consumed the dark fragment that escaped Harry's scar. "You're telling me," Daphne said slowly, "that the Dark Lord split his soul into multiple pieces, and this locket is one of them?" "That's my guess." "And you had a piece of his soul in your head?" "Apparently, until the transformation burned it out." Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Then she laughed. A short, sharp sound that seemed to surprise her as much as it did Harry. "I thought I was prepared for anything when I made our deal," she said. "I was wrong. You are possibly the most complicated person I've ever met." "Thanks." It wasn't a compliment, but there was something like warmth in her voice. "We need to destroy this thing, properly. Do you know how to destroy a Horcrux? Basilisk venom works. So does Fiendfire, probably. You have access to Basilisk venom?" Harry held up his hand. Concentrated. A drop of clear liquid beaded on his fingertip, glistening in the light. Daphne stared. "You can produce basilisk venom from your own body. I can do a lot of things I couldn't do before." Harry let the venom fall back into his skin. "Want to see me talk to snakes? I believe you. She shook her head. "My family has been studying magical transformations for generations, trying to find a cure for our curse. What you've become should be impossible. The venom should have killed you. The Phoenix tears should have purified any changes. The combination should have destroyed your body entirely. Maybe I'm just lucky." "No one is that lucky." Daphne's eyes were sharp, analyzing. "Something chose you, Potter. Something old and powerful. The transformation wasn't random, it was designed. You need to find out what designed it and why." Harry thought about the great serpent in the void, about the Deathly Hallows hidden in his pocket, about the sleeper mentioned in the journal he'd taken from his vault. "I'm working on it," he said. They spent the rest of the afternoon planning. Daphne had brought intelligence on the political situation. Lucius Malfoy's trial was scheduled for August. The ministry was in chaos, and rumors about Harry's transformation were spreading through the pureblood grapevine like wildfire. "The official story is that you killed a basilisk and were healed by Phoenix tears," she said. "Most people believe that's all that happened. But there are factions, old families with long memories, who suspect the truth. And they want to use me? Some do. Others want to destroy you before you become a threat. And some." She hesitated. "Some want to worship you." "Worship me?" "There are cults that revere the great serpents. They've been waiting for a true speaker to emerge, someone with the blood of the progenitors. If they discover what you are, they'll come for you." Harry remembered the serpent's warning. "The cult that worships me will try to claim you." Let them come, he said. Don't be stupid. These aren't schoolyard bullies. The Serpent Covenant has existed for millennia. They have resources, knowledge, and absolutely no moral boundaries. If they decide you're their prophesied God King, they'll do anything to secure you, including killing everyone you care about. Harry's jaw tightened. Then we need to be ready for them. We need to be ready for everyone. Daphne spread her papers across the table. Here's what I propose. We spend the summer building your power base. Political alliances, magical training, information gathering. By the time school starts, you need to be untouchable. Untouchable. Too connected to attack without consequences. Too powerful to challenge directly. Too informed to be manipulated. She met his eyes. You said you weren't going to be anyone's puppet. This is how you make that real. Harry looked at the plans she'd laid out. Training schedules, contact lists, strategy documents. It was overwhelming, meticulous, and exactly what he needed. You put a lot of work into this. I had time to think on the train, and I have strong motivation to see you succeed. She touched her chest, where Harry knew the curse mark lay hidden beneath her robes. If you become powerful enough, you might be able to help me. If you fail, I've wasted my time on a dead man. Brutal honesty. I appreciate it. Get used to it. Daphne's lips curved slightly. It's the only kind I know how to give. The first week at Grimmauld Place established a routine. Mornings were for physical training. Harry's transformed body was stronger and faster than before, but he didn't know its limits. He ran through Muggle London, testing his speed. He practiced climbing, jumping, moving through obstacles. He discovered he could scale walls if he concentrated, his fingers and toes finding purchase where none should exist. He also discovered he could see heat signatures, sense vibrations through the floor, and track prey by taste alone. The predator instincts were getting stronger. Afternoons were for magical study. The books from the Potter Vault were revelatory. Parseltongue magic operated on entirely different principles than wand magic, drawing on connections to serpentkind that most wizards couldn't access. Harry learned to cast spells in the snake language, discovered that his venom could enhance potion ingredients, and began experimenting with the serpent-calling rituals described in Serpent Rites and Rituals. The first time he successfully summoned, every snake within a mile came to him. They poured through gaps in the walls, up through the drains, down from the attic where some had apparently been nesting for years. Hundreds of them, from tiny grass snakes to a massive constrictor that had escaped from someone's exotic pet collection, all coiling around his feet and looking up at him with devoted eyes. "Master," they chorused, "command us." Harry sent them away with orders to watch, to listen, to report anything unusual. Within days, he had an intelligence network spanning half of London. Evenings were for political education. Daphne came every night, drilling him on pureblood customs, Wisengamot procedures, family alliances, and feuds. Harry learned which families were allied with the Malfoys, which were neutral, which might be persuaded to support him. "The Bones family is your best bet," Daphne said one night. "Amelia Bones is the head of the DMLE and she's famously incorruptible. She also has no love for the Malfoys. They destroyed half her family during the war. She interviewed me after the chamber. Seemed decent. She's more than decent. She's one of the few genuinely honorable people in wizarding government. If you can win her support, others will follow." "How do I win her support?" "Be honest. Be competent. Don't try to manipulate her. She'll see through any games you play." Harry filed that away. Amelia Bones. Potential ally. Treat with respect. The nights were the hardest. Sleep brought dreams. Vivid, disturbing, impossible to ignore. He walked through landscapes that didn't exist, spoke with entities that might have been gods or might have been hallucinations. The Great Serpent appeared often, always cryptic, always pushing him toward something he couldn't quite grasp. And sometimes, in the deepest hours, he dreamed of Voldemort. Not the shade from the diary, but the real thing. A twisted, barely human form lurking somewhere in the dark, connected to Harry by threads of blood and prophecy. In these dreams, Voldemort was afraid. Afraid of what Harry was becoming. afraid of the transformation that had burned away his anchored soul fragment, afraid of the power building in a 12-year-old boy who should have been dead. Harry woke from these dreams feeling powerful and terrified in equal measure. The Dursleys sent a letter. Harry found it in the mailbox at the front of Grimmauld Place, which shouldn't have been possible. The house was hidden, unplottable, invisible to anyone without the right blood. But there it was, a plain envelope addressed to Harry Potter in Vernon's blocky handwriting. He opened it carefully, half expecting a curse. Boy, the letter read, "Don't know how you're doing this, but it stops now. People are asking questions. Neighbors want to know where you are. Some woman from the government came by. You will come home immediately and explain what's happening, or there will be consequences." Harry crumpled the letter and burned it with a thought. He didn't know how the letter had reached him. Probably something to do with his blood connection to Petunia, but he had no intention of responding. The Dursleys could deal with their questions themselves. But the mention of some woman from the government worried him. The ministry was apparently already investigating his disappearance. "We need to accelerate the timeline," Daphne said when he told her. "If the ministry starts actively searching for you, things get complicated. You need to establish your independence legally before they can try to assign you a new guardian." "How do I do that?" "Petition for emancipation. You're the last of an ancient and noble house. You have the right to claim your title and responsibilities early, especially given the threat to your family line." "What threat?" "Voldemort, the death of your parents, the ongoing danger to your life." Daphne smiled coldly. "The Wisengamot takes bloodline preservation very seriously. Convince them you need your full inheritance to survive, and they'll grant emancipation." "That simple?" "Nothing is simple in politics. But it's achievable, especially with the right preparation." They spent the next 3 days drafting the petition. Harry learned more about wizarding law than he'd ever wanted to know. But by the end, they had a document that Daphne declared legally unassailable. The Wisengamot session was scheduled for the last week of July. Harry turned 13 alone. He'd never celebrated his birthday properly. The Dursleys considered it an inconvenience at best, and Hogwarts birthdays had been overshadowed by other events. This year, he'd been too focused on survival to even think about it. But at midnight on July 31st, something changed. Power flooded into him. Not the gradual growth he'd been experiencing since the transformation, but a sudden, overwhelming surge that dropped him to his knees in the middle of his bedroom. "What?" Harry gasped, clutching his chest as magic poured through every cell of his body. It burned. It sang. It remade him in ways he couldn't understand. When it finally stopped, he was lying on the floor, drenched in sweat, breathing hard. His skin was glowing again, that faint luminescence that appeared when his power spiked. The maturation threshold. Kreacher's voice came from the doorway. Kreacher wondered when Master would experience it. Harry pushed himself upright. "The what?" "Wizards come into their power gradually, but there are thresholds. 13 is the first. The body accepts its full magical potential." Kreacher's enormous eyes studied him. "For Master with the serpent blood, the threshold is more significant." "More significant how?" "Kreacher does not know. But Master is stronger now. Much stronger." Harry flexed his hands experimentally. Kreacher was right, he could feel the difference. His magic was deeper, more responsive, more powerful. The transformation had accelerated, the changes settling into something more stable. He caught his reflection in the window and froze. His eyes were different. The slit pupils were still there, but now they glowed faintly in the dark, twin points of green light. His skin had taken on an almost metallic sheen in certain angles, and when he opened his mouth, he could see that his canine teeth had elongated slightly, becoming sharper. "I'm becoming less human," he said quietly. "Master was never fully human," Kreacher replied. "The Potter blood has always carried traces of the serpent gift. Master has simply awakened it." Harry looked at his hands. They were still his hands. Still the hands that had held a wand, caught a snitch, touched his friends. But for how much longer? The Wisengamot chamber was vast, ancient, and absolutely terrifying. Harry stood at the central podium, surrounded by tiers of seats filled with the most powerful witches and wizards in Britain. They all stared at him with varying expressions: curiosity, hostility, fear, fascination. His allure was radiating without control, and he could see some of the younger members struggling to focus. "Harry James Potter," the chief warlock intoned, "you have petitioned this body for early emancipation and assumption of your family's titles and responsibilities. State your case." Harry took a breath. Daphne had drilled him for hours on what to say, how to say it, which arguments would resonate with which factions. He'd memorized it all, internalized it, made it his own. "Honored members of the Wiesengemot," he began, and his voice came out clear and steady. "I come before you as the last of the Potter line, the last of the Peveril line, and by blood claim, an heir of the Black line. My parents were murdered by the Dark Lord Voldemort. Every year since entering the magical world, I have faced attempts on my life. Most recently, I was forced to kill a basilisk, a 1,000-year-old monster, to save an innocent child." Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Harry pressed on. "I do not seek early emancipation for convenience. I seek it because I cannot protect myself or my family's legacy while bound by the restrictions of minority. The current system leaves me vulnerable to the Ministry, which has already attempted to investigate my living situation, to the remnants of Voldemort's followers who would see me dead, and to any opportunist who wishes to claim control of the Potter assets through guardianship." "The boy speaks of danger," Lucius Malfoy's voice echoed from somewhere above. Harry looked up and saw the man sitting in his seat, apparently released on bail, his face a mask of contempt. "Yet the danger he poses is greater than any he faces. We have all heard the rumors. Something happened in that chamber, something that has twisted the Potter heir into something unnatural. Should we grant power to such a creature?" Harry had been waiting for this. "Lord Malfoy speaks of danger," he said calmly. This from a man who placed a dark artifact in a child's possession, who used the soul fragment of the Dark Lord himself to attack Hogwarts students, who is currently awaiting trial for attempted murder. Harry let that sink in. "I was transformed in the chamber because I had to be. The basilisk's venom was killing me. I survived through a combination of phoenix tears and desperate improvisation. I am not a creature, Lord Malfoy. I am a wizard who did what was necessary to live." More murmurs, some approving, some uncertain. "And what exactly are you now, Mr. Potter?" Malfoy pressed. "What abilities has this transformation granted you? What powers do you possess that ordinary wizards do not?" Harry smiled. It was not a friendly smile. "I am happy to demonstrate, if the Wiesengemot wishes, but I suspect most members would prefer to maintain plausible deniability." He let his eyes sweep the chamber, letting them linger on certain faces, certain families. "We all have secrets, Lord Malfoy. Some of us are simply better at keeping them." The implicit threat landed exactly as intended. Several pureblood lords shifted uncomfortably in their seats, remembering past dealings with the Potter family, deals and favors that were now in the hands of this strange, powerful child. "Enough," the chief warlock said. "Mr. Potter, you have made your case. The Wiesengemot will now vote on the matter of your emancipation." The vote was closer than Harry had hoped, but it passed. By a margin of 7 votes, Harry James Potter was declared an emancipated minor, with full access to his family's titles, assets, and political seats. He walked out of the chamber with his head high and his heart pounding. Daphne was waiting in the antechamber. "Congratulations," she said. "You just became one of the most powerful people in Wizarding Britain. How does it feel?" "Like I've painted an even bigger target on my back." "You have. But now you have the resources to defend yourself." She fell into step beside him as they left the Ministry. "Malfoy looked ready to murder you. Malfoy is going to Azkaban. His opinion doesn't matter anymore. His wife's opinion matters. Narcissa is a Black by birth and a formidable politician in her own right. She'll be working to rebuild the family's position, and she'll see you as a threat. Let her." Harry pushed through the Ministry's front doors and into the sunlight. felt good on his skin, warm and bright and alive. I'm done being afraid of these people. Daphne studied him for a moment. You're different. Since your birthday. I know. The predator is showing more clearly. You need to be careful. If people see too much of what you're becoming, they'll panic. And panicked people do stupid, dangerous things. Harry knew she was right. He could feel it in himself, the growing otherness, the instincts that pushed against his human thoughts. Every day it became a little easier to think of people as prey, as potential threats, as things to be manipulated or eliminated. He was fighting it, but he didn't know how long he could keep fighting. Teach me, he said. Teach me how to hide it better. I can teach you the techniques, but ultimately, the control has to come from you. Daphne's voice was uncharacteristically soft. You have to decide what kind of being you want to be, Potter. The transformation is giving you power, but power without direction is just chaos. What kind of being do I want to be? That's the question, isn't it? They walked in silence for a while, through the busy streets of wizarding London, past shops and vendors and families going about their lives. Harry watched them with his strange new eyes and tried to remember what it felt like to be normal. He couldn't. The memory was already fading, replaced by something older and wilder and infinitely more dangerous. August brought the trial of Lucius Malfoy. Harry attended every day, sitting in the public gallery, watching as the prosecution laid out its case. The diary, the chamber, the attacks on Muggle-born students, Ginny Weasley's possession and near death. Malfoy's defense was predictable. He'd been imperious during the war. He'd had no idea the diary was dangerous. He'd been trying to protect the school by removing cursed artifacts. Nobody believed him. The evidence was too strong, Harry's testimony too compelling. When the verdict came, guilty on all counts, Harry felt nothing. He'd expected satisfaction. Revenge for the people who'd been hurt, justice for the crimes committed. Instead, there was just emptiness. Lucius Malfoy was going to Azkaban, and it didn't matter. Voldemort was still out there, still connected to Harry through their shared blood and the remaining Horcruxes. The Covenant was still watching, still waiting for their moment. And Harry was still transforming, still becoming something he didn't understand. Draco Malfoy caught him in the hallway after the sentencing. "This isn't over, Potter." Draco's face was pale, his voice shaking with barely controlled rage. "You destroyed my family. You put my father in prison. I will make you pay for this if it takes the rest of my life." Harry looked at him, really looked, with the senses that could see heat and fear and the desperate bravado covering Draco's terror, and felt something unexpected. Pity. "Your father destroyed himself," Harry said quietly. "He chose to serve Voldemort. He chose to use dark magic against children. He chose to put a piece of the Dark Lord's soul in Ginny Weasley's hands. I just made sure there were consequences." "Don't say his name." "Voldemort. Voldemort. Voldemort." Harry stepped closer, and Draco stumbled backward. "He's just a man, Malfoy. A powerful man, a dangerous man, but still just a man. And men can be beaten. You don't know anything about him. You don't know what he's capable of. I know exactly what he's capable of. I've had his soul in my head for 11 years. I've felt his hatred, his cruelty, his fear." Harry's voice dropped to a whisper. "And I know something else, Malfoy. I know he's afraid of me now. Whatever I've become, it terrifies him. Maybe you should ask yourself why." He walked away, leaving Draco standing frozen in the corridor. It wasn't kind. It wasn't necessary. But something in Harry had enjoyed it. The fear in Draco's eyes, the power of being the one who frightened others instead of being frightened. The predator approved. Harry pushed it down and kept walking. The letter came a week before school started. Harry was in the Black Library, studying a text on defensive wards, when an owl he didn't recognize swooped through the window and dropped an envelope in his lap. No return address. No identifying marks. Just his name written in elegant silver script. He opened it carefully, checking for curses. None that he could detect. "Harry Potter," the letter read. "The Serpent Covenant greets the blood of the Great Ones. We have watched your awakening with joy. The prophecies speak of one who would drink venom and flame, who would bridge the worlds of life and death, who would wake the sleeper in the deep. You are that one. We do not ask for your allegiance. We offer our service. Whatever you need, knowledge, resources, warriors, we will provide. In return, we ask only that you fulfill your destiny. Wake the sleeper. Return the world to the old ways. Become what you were born to be. The Covenant has waited millennia for your coming. We will not fail you. Await our messenger. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he burned it because some things shouldn't exist in physical form. The Serpent Covenant had found him. They knew what he was, and they wanted him to wake something called the Sleeper, the same entity the Great Serpent had mentioned, the same thing that had apparently been dormant since Salazar Slytherin's time. He needed more information. Creature, he called. The elf appeared instantly. Master calls. What do you know about the Serpent Covenant? Creature's face went through a complicated series of expressions. The Black family has history with the Covenant. Old history, the kind that is not spoken of. Speak of it now. The Covenant worships the great serpents, the progenitors, the first beings, the ones who existed before wizards. They believe that the serpents will return one day, that they will remake the world in their image. They have been preparing for this return for thousands of years. Preparing how? Collecting artifacts, preserving knowledge, breeding serpent-touched bloodlines. Creature hesitated. The Black family was once allied with the Covenant. Long ago, before the family turned to wizard politics. Some members still hold the old faith in secret. Harry thought about Walburga's reaction to his transformation. Her eagerness to have him continue the Black line. Is the Covenant dangerous? All faith is dangerous, Master. But the Covenant is patient. They do not act rashly. If they have contacted Master, it is because they believe the time of the serpent's return is near. Because of me? Because of what Master is becoming. Harry sat back in his chair. The transformation was accelerating. He could feel it, the slow dissolution of his humanity, the growing presence of something older and stranger. Every day it became harder to think of himself as Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the orphan from Surrey. Every day he became more the speaker, the blood of the great ones, the prophesied awakener. Did he want to wake the sleeper? Did he want to return the world to the old ways? Whatever that meant, he didn't know. He didn't have enough information to make that choice. But he was running out of time to figure it out. Daphne took the news of the Covenant's letter with characteristic composure. This was inevitable, she said. Once you demonstrated your nature publicly, they were always going to make contact. The question is how you want to respond. I don't know yet. I need to understand what they're actually asking for. They want you to become their God King. They want you to wake an ancient entity that has been sleeping since before recorded history. They want you to reshape the world. Daphne's voice was flat. These are not small asks. I know. Harry paced the length of the library. But they might have information I need. About what I'm becoming. About how to control it. About the enemies I'll face. So you're considering accepting their offer? I'm considering using their offer. There's a difference. Daphne studied him for a long moment. Be careful, Potter. The Covenant has been manipulating speakers for millennia. They're very good at it. I know. But I'm not just any speaker. Harry stopped pacing, turned to face her. I'm the one they've been waiting for. That gives me leverage. Or it makes you their target. Either way, I need to know more. I need to understand what the sleeper is, what waking it would mean, what the old ways actually looked like. He met Daphne's eyes. Will you help me research? She was quiet for a moment. Then, my family has records. Old records from before the Greengrass curse was inflicted. Some of them mention the Covenant. The Greengrass curse was inflicted? I thought it was a blood curse. Something inherent. It is now. But curses don't come from nowhere. Daphne's expression was carefully blank. My ancestors made enemies of the wrong people a very long time ago. The curse was their punishment. Enemies like the Covenant? I don't know. That's why I want to help you research. She met his eyes. If the Covenant cursed my family, Then destroying them might break the curse. That's worth any risk. Harry nodded slowly. Another piece of the puzzle, another motivation to untangle. Then we research together, he said. And we find out the truth about all of this. The Hogwarts Express was waiting when Harry arrived at platform 9 3/4. He'd considered skipping this year. He didn't really need formal education anymore, not with the resources at his disposal. But Daphne had convinced him that maintaining appearances was important. The wizarding world needed to see Harry Potter returning to school like a normal student, not hiding in a dark house and plotting with ancient cults. Besides, there was the Horcrux question. Dumbledore might have information Harry needed, and Hogwarts had resources, the restricted section, the Chamber of Secrets, the dormant magic of the castle itself. And, if he was honest, part of him wanted to see Ron and Hermione again. He found a compartment at the back of the train, settled in, and waited. The Allure was under control now. Daphne had taught him some basic suppression techniques, but people still gave him a wide berth. First years who'd heard the stories about the chamber. Older students who'd seen him at the Wisengamot. Everyone knew something had changed, even if they didn't understand what. Ron appeared first, sliding open the compartment door with a nervous grin. "Hey, mate." He stood in the doorway, not quite entering. "Mind if I come in, Ron?" Harry gestured to the seat across from him. "It's fine." Ron entered slowly, like he was approaching a wild animal. He sat down, fidgeted, looked everywhere except at Harry's face. "It's still weird, you know? Being around you." His voice was apologetic. "It's like, my brain keeps telling me to do things. Move closer. Touch you. It's mental. I know. I'm working on controlling it." Are you okay? Like actually okay?" Ron finally met his eyes, and there was genuine concern behind the discomfort. "We've been worried, me and Hermione. You disappeared after term ended. Nobody knew where you were. I needed space. Time to figure things out." Harry hesitated, then decided to be honest. "I'm staying at my family's house in London. The Black House, actually. Turns out I inherited it." "The Blacks? Like, Sirius Black's family?" "Yeah, it's complicated." Ron processed this for a moment. "Does this mean you're not going back to the Dursleys? Ever?" "Never." "Wicked." Ron's grin was more genuine now. "They were awful to you. You deserve better." The compartment door opened again and Hermione burst in, all bushy hair and worried eyes. "Harry James Potter, you have a lot of explaining to do. I sent you 7 letters this summer, and you didn't respond to a single one. I wasn't ignoring you. The wards on the Black House block most owls. Then you should have sent a message some other way. Do you have any idea how worried we were? After everything that happened in the chamber, and then you just vanished." She stopped, taking a breath. "I'm glad you're okay. You are okay, aren't you?" "I'm different," Harry said, "but I'm okay." Hermione sat down next to Ron, keeping the full width of the compartment between herself and Harry. Smart. The Allure was harder to resist at close range. "Tell us everything," she said. "From the beginning. What actually happened in the chamber? What have you been doing all summer? What's going on with the whole emancipation thing?" Harry told them. Not everything. He left out the Deathly Hallows, the Great Serpent, the Covenant's letter, but enough. The transformation. His new abilities. The political maneuvering. They listened in increasingly shocked silence. "You're immortal," Hermione said when he finished. "Like actually immortal. You can't die. I can probably still be killed. I just won't age. That's incredible." From a magical theory perspective, the interaction of Phoenix Tears and Basilisk Venom shouldn't produce that result. The substances are magical opposites. They should annihilate each other, not merge. That's what everyone keeps saying. There has to be a reason. Some underlying principle we don't understand. Hermione's eyes were bright with scholarly excitement, temporarily overcoming her discomfort. "Can I study you? Run some tests? Document the changes?" Harry laughed. Felt good to laugh. Felt normal in a way nothing else had been. "Sure, Hermione. You can study me all you want." This is mental, Ron said, shaking his head. My best mate is some kind of immortal snake god, and my sister was possessed by the Dark Lord, and I'm still worried about whether the Cannons will make the playoffs this year. The Cannons never make the playoffs, Harry and Hermione said in unison. Ron's outraged response was interrupted by the compartment door opening a third time. Daphne stood in the doorway, cool and composed as ever. Potter, we need to talk. Her eyes flicked to Ron and Hermione. Privately, Ron bristled. Who are you? Daphne Greengrass, Harry's political advisor. His what? It's complicated. Harry stood. I'll be right back. Don't worry, Daphne's a friend. Ron and Hermione exchanged skeptical looks as Harry followed Daphne into the corridor. They walked to an empty compartment at the far end of the train before Daphne spoke. There's a Covenant messenger on the train. Harry's blood went cold. Who? I don't know, but I recognized the mark. A serpent eating its tail, tattooed on the inside of the wrist. One of the 7th-year Slytherins has it. Which one? That's the problem. I couldn't get close enough to be sure. The Allure interfered with my observation. Harry thought quickly. Can you describe them? Male, dark hair, athletic build. That's all I got before I had to look away. Not much to go on. There were probably a dozen 7th-year Slytherins who matched that description. I'll be careful, Harry said. Don't engage with anyone you think might be the messenger. Let me handle it. And if they approach you, then I'll find out what they want. Daphne looked like she wanted to argue, but she nodded. Be careful, Potter. The Covenant doesn't send messengers for casual conversation. Harry returned to his compartment, mind racing. The Covenant had agents at Hogwarts. How many? How long had they been watching? What were they planning? The train rolled on toward Scotland, carrying him back to a school that had nearly killed him twice already. Third year was going to be interesting. Dementors came with the sunset. Harry felt them before he saw them. A cold that cut through the compartment walls, a despair that crept into his chest like poison. The lights flickered. The temperature plummeted. Frost began forming on the windows. What's happening? Ron's voice was tight with fear. Why is it so cold? Harry knew. He'd read about Dementors in the Black Library, understood what they were and what they did. Soul-sucking nightmares given form. Guards of Azkaban. The embodiment of despair. The compartment door rattled. Something was on the other side, pressing against the handle. Get behind me, Harry said, standing. Harry, what? The door opened. The Dementor was tall, impossibly tall, its robes hanging like rotted shrouds, its hands gray and scabbed. Where its face should have been was only darkness, a void that pulled at Harry's senses like a drain. Harry felt the effect wash over him, the cold, the despair, the urge to surrender, and then something else happened. The transformation pulsed. Power surged through him, hot and bright. The serpent blood burning away the Dementor's influence like sun burning away fog. Harry's vision went golden. His skin began to glow. The Dementor recoiled. You cannot feed on me, Harry said. And his voice was different, layered, ancient, resonating with harmonics that hurt human ears. I am not yours to take. The Dementor made a sound like tearing metal. It reached for Harry anyway, desperate or angry or both. Harry let the transformation flow. Light exploded from his body, golden and searing. The Dementor screamed. Actually screamed, a sound of pure agony, and fled. Harry heard it crashing through the train, felt other Dementors fleeing with it, their presence evaporating like shadows at noon. The cold lifted. The despair faded. Harry stood in the doorway of the compartment, still glowing, and watched the darkness retreat. Behind him, Ron and Hermione stared in silent shock. What? Hermione said finally, her voice barely a whisper. Was that? Harry turned to face them. He could see his reflection in their eyes, the golden glow fading, the slit pupils still visible, the raw power slowly settling back into dormancy. That, he said, was me. The train continued its journey through the night, and Harry sat back down with his friends and pretended that nothing had changed. But they all knew better. Chapter 3. Cold-blood Professor Lupin found Harry 20 minutes after the Dementor incident, looking like he'd sprinted the length of the train. Mr. Potter. He stopped in the compartment doorway, breathing hard, chocolate bar clutched in one hand. I heard there was a disturbance. The Dementors? They're gone, Harry said. Lupin's eyes swept over him, cataloging details with an intensity that felt almost predatory. His nostrils flared slightly. Something flickered across his face. Recognition, confusion, a hint of fear. Yes, they are. He stepped into the compartment, moving carefully, like he was approaching something dangerous. The conductor said there was a burst of light, golden light, from this compartment. That was me. I see. Lupin didn't seem surprised exactly. More like he was confirming something he'd already suspected. May I sit? Harry gestured to the empty seat beside Hermione. Ron was still pale, still shaky from the Dementor's presence, but he'd stopped looking at Harry like he was about to explode. Lupin sat. He broke off a piece of chocolate and offered it to Ron, who took it automatically. You're the new defense professor, Hermione said, finding her voice. Professor Lupin. I read about your curriculum in the book list. Yes, though I suspect my curriculum may need some adjustments, given. He trailed off, looking at Harry again. You've changed since the last time I saw you. Harry went still. We've met. When you were a baby. I was friends with your parents. Lupin's voice was carefully neutral. James and I were in the same year at Hogwarts, along with Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. The names hit Harry like physical blows. Sirius Black, escaped convict, supposedly responsible for betraying his parents. Peter Pettigrew, hero killed trying to stop Black. You knew my father. Very well. He was one of my closest friends. Lupin's eyes were sad. You look like him, or you did. Now you look like something else entirely. Something else. Something old. Lupin leaned forward, lowering his voice. I know what you are, Harry. I can smell it on you, the venom, the phoenix fire, the transformation. What I don't know is how you survived it. Most people don't know what I am. Most people aren't werewolves. Lupin smiled slightly at Harry's surprise. Yes, I was bitten as a child. It's why I can recognize the signs of magical transformation. I've lived with my own for decades. Ron made a small choking sound. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. You're telling me this because you want me to trust you, Harry said. I'm telling you this because secrets are poison, and we both have enough of them already. Lupin sat back. I'm not here to threaten you or study you or use you. I'm here because Dumbledore asked me to teach defense, and because I hope to get to know James's son. But I understand if you'd rather keep your distance. Harry studied the man across from him. The shabby robes, the gray-streaked hair, the premature lines on his face. A werewolf, an outcast, someone who understood what it meant to be transformed against your will. Did you know about the chamber? Harry asked. About what happened to me? Only what the papers reported. The official story. The official story is a lie. Most official stories are. Harry made a decision. It might have been stupid, he barely knew this man, but something in Lupin's eyes reminded him of the way Daphne looked at him. Clear. Unaffected. Seeing him as a person rather than a power source. Come to my compartment after dinner, Harry said. I'll tell you the truth. But not here, not now. Lupin nodded slowly. I'll be there. He rose, straightened his robes, paused at the door. For what it's worth, Harry, whatever you've become, I don't think it changes who you are. Your father wouldn't have cared about the transformation. He would have cared about the boy underneath. He left. The compartment was silent for a long moment. Did you know about this? Ron asked finally. That there was a werewolf coming to teach us? No. Harry stared at the door where Lupin had disappeared. But I'm starting to think Dumbledore planned it. He's placing pieces on the board. You think Dumbledore knew what would happen to you? Hermione's voice was sharp. That he planned for this? I don't know. But I'm going to find out. Hogwarts looked different through his new eyes. Harry stood in the Great Hall, surrounded by students and ghosts and floating candles, and saw things he'd never noticed before. The magical currents flowing through the walls. The ancient wards humming in frequencies most humans couldn't hear. The residue of 1,000 years of spellwork, layered so thick it was almost visible. And underneath it all, something else. Something sleeping. He could feel it now, down in the depths of the castle, far below even the Chamber of Secrets. A presence so vast and old that it made the basilisk seem like a garden snake. It was dormant, barely conscious, but it knew he was there. It was waiting. Mr. Potter. McGonagall's voice cut through his observations. A word, please. She led him to a side chamber off the great hall, her expression carefully controlled. When the door closed behind them, she let out a long breath. Albus warned me about your changes, but I confess I wasn't prepared for the reality. She looked at him with something like grief. You were such a normal boy last year. Troublesome, certainly, but normal. I was never normal, Professor. I just didn't know it yet. No, I suppose you weren't. McGonagall straightened, becoming the stern deputy headmistress again. I wanted to speak with you before the feast. There are going to be questions, rumors. The other students have heard things, and they'll want to know what's true. Let them wonder. That's not a sustainable strategy. You need allies, Potter, not just mysteries. Her voice softened slightly. Your mother was a master at navigating social situations. She could walk into a room full of enemies and leave with half of them as friends. I hoped you might have inherited that gift. I'm working on it. Work harder. McGonagall opened the door. The sorting is about to begin. Try not to terrify the first years. Harry returned to the Gryffindor table, sliding into a seat next to Hermione. Ron was across from them, still shooting nervous glances at the staff table where Lupin sat. Can't believe we have a werewolf for a teacher, Ron muttered. Mum's going to freak when she finds out. Professor Lupin seems perfectly competent, Hermione said primly. Lycanthropy doesn't affect intelligence or teaching ability. It affects his ability to not eat students during full moons. There are potions for that. The Wolfsbane. Can we focus? Harry interrupted. The sorting's starting. The new first years filed in, small and scared and looking at everything with wide eyes. Harry remembered being that young, that innocent, that unaware of the darkness lurking beneath Hogwarts's bright surface. Felt like a lifetime ago. The Sorting Hat sang its song. Something about unity and house pride that Harry barely heard, and then began calling names. Abbott, Eleanor, Gryffindor, Barnaby, Marcus, Hufflepuff. On and on, the tedium broken only by the occasional burst of applause. Harry let his attention wander. He scanned the great hall, looking for the Covenant messenger Daphne had spotted on the train. Seventh-year Slytherins, male, dark hair, athletic build. There, near the far end of the Slytherin table. A tall boy with black hair and sharp features, sitting slightly apart from his housemates. He was watching Harry with an intensity that felt like a physical weight. Their eyes met. The boy smiled, slow and knowing, and touched his left wrist. Message received. Harry filed the information away and turned back to the sorting. The last few students were being placed, and Dumbledore was rising to give his start-of-term speech. Welcome. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. The headmaster's voice filled the hall, warm and genial. Before we begin our feast, I have a few announcements. First, I am pleased to introduce our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Remus Lupin. Polite applause. Lupin nodded awkwardly. Second, I must inform you that Hogwarts will be playing host to the Dementors of Azkaban this year, by order of the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore's expression darkened. They are stationed at every entrance to the grounds. While I have been given assurances that they will not enter the castle, I must warn you all to take extreme care. Dementors do not distinguish between the guilty and the innocent. Stay away from them. Whispers rippled through the hall. Harry caught fragments. Escaped convict, Sirius Black, after Potter. So that was why the Dementors were here. They were searching for Black, and the Ministry had decided that Hogwarts was a likely target. Harry wondered if he should be worried. He'd driven off the Dementors on the train easily enough, but that had been an instinctive reaction, not a controlled response. Could he do it again? Could he do it consistently? Questions for later. The feast appeared, and Harry ate mechanically, his mind elsewhere. The Covenant messenger. Lupin. Sirius Black. The thing sleeping beneath the castle. So many threads, so many unknowns. He needed to start pulling them together. The Gryffindor common room was too crowded, too loud, too full of people who wanted to talk to him. Harry escaped to his dormitory, pleading exhaustion, and sat on his bed with the curtains drawn. He could hear his roommates moving around, getting ready for sleep, speculating in low voices about what had happened on the train. "Did you see his eyes?" Seamus's voice, hushed and uncertain. They were glowing, actually glowing. "The Dementor ran away from him," Dean added. "I've never heard of that happening before. Something happened last year. In the chamber." Neville's voice was quieter, more thoughtful. He wasn't like this before. Whatever he fought down there changed him. Changed him into what, though? Silence. Nobody had an answer. Harry waited until the conversation faded, until breathing slowed and deepened, until the dormitory fell quiet with sleep. Then he slipped out of bed, grabbed his invisibility cloak, and headed for his meeting with Lupin. The professor's office was in the defense corridor, a comfortable space cluttered with books and odd artifacts. Lupin was waiting when Harry arrived, 2 cups of tea steaming on the desk between them. "Thank you for coming." Lupin gestured to a chair. "I know this is unorthodox. A professor meeting privately with a student, especially under these circumstances. These circumstances meaning you being a werewolf and me being whatever I am? Among other things." Lupin sipped his tea. "You said you'd tell me the truth. I'm listening." Harry told him. Everything. The chamber, the venom, the phoenix tears, the transformation. The Horcruxes, the Covenant, the thing sleeping in the depths. The Great Serpent's message, the Deathly Hallows, the coming confrontation with Voldemort. Lupin listened without interrupting, his expression growing more grave with each revelation. "You're telling me," he said when Harry finished, "that you're not only immortal, but that you're destined to either become a god king for an ancient cult or somehow stop the return of primordial serpent entities. That's the short version, yeah? And you're 13 years old. Also, yeah." Lupin set down his teacup very carefully. "James would be losing his mind right now. He'd be trying to fight someone, anyone, to protect you from all of this. Can't fight destiny. Can't you?" Lupin's eyes were sharp. "You've been fighting it since you were a baby. You survived the killing curse, survived Quirrell, survived the Basilisk. Every time the universe throws something at you, you survive and come back stronger. That's not destiny, that's will. Maybe, but I'm running out of things to fight. The enemies keep getting bigger. Then you need allies. Real allies, not just political contacts." Lupin leaned forward. "I'm offering, Harry. I can't fight beside you in every battle, but I can teach you, train you, help you understand what you're becoming. You're a werewolf. What do you know about serpent transformations? More than you might think. The curse that created werewolves was designed by serpent cult sorcerers thousands of years ago. It was meant to be a gift, enhance strength, speed, senses, connection to the wild. Somewhere along the way it got corrupted, turned into what it is now." Lupin's voice was bitter. "But the foundations are the same. Beast magic, blood transformation, the merging of human and animal essences." Harry hadn't known that. "You're saying werewolves are connected to the Covenant?" "We're connected a long time ago. The modern Covenant views us as failures, experiments that didn't work out. But some of the old knowledge persisted, passed down through werewolf packs generation after generation." Lupin reached into his desk and pulled out a worn leather journal. This belonged to Fenrir Greyback's predecessor as Pack Alpha, before Greyback killed him and took over. It contains rituals, techniques, ways of controlling and channeling the transformation. "You're giving this to me?" "I'm lending it to you." The techniques might work for your condition, they might not. But it's worth trying. Lupin's expression softened. Your father would have done the same for me, if our positions were reversed. He did do the same. He and Sirius and Peter became animagi just to keep me company during full moons. They broke laws, risked their lives, because I was their friend. And then Sirius betrayed them. Lupin flinched. That's the story. But Harry, I'm not sure I believe it anymore. What do you mean? Sirius was James's best friend. His brother in everything but blood. I was there. I saw how much they loved each other. The idea that Sirius would betray James to Voldemort. Lupin shook his head. It never made sense to me. But he was convicted. He confessed, or at least he didn't deny it. I didn't know what to think. And now he's escaped. Yes, and he's supposedly coming after you. Lupin's eyes were troubled. Be careful, Harry. If Sirius is what they say he is, he's incredibly dangerous. But if he's not, then something else is going on. Something that might change everything we think we know about that night. Harry filed that away. Another mystery to solve, another thread to pull. I'll be careful, he said. And thank you for the journal and for offering to help. Thank your father. He's the one who taught me that friendship means something. Lupin stood, signaling the end of the meeting. Get some sleep, Harry. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. Tomorrow was longer than expected. Harry's first class was care of magical creatures, which should have been simple. He liked animals, always had, even before the transformation gave him an affinity for anything serpentine. He hadn't counted on Hagrid deciding to introduce hippogriffs. Beautiful creatures, Hagrid was saying as Harry's class gathered in the paddock. Proud, though. Easily offended. Yeah, don't want to insult a hippogriff. The hippogriff in question, Buckbeak, according to Hagrid, was enormous. Eagle head, horse body, wings that could probably knock out a troll. It stood in the center of the paddock, golden eyes watching the students with an intensity that reminded Harry of a hawk eyeing mice. Who wants to go first? Hagrid looked around hopefully. Nobody moved. Harry sighed and stepped forward. Harry! Hermione grabbed his arm. Are you sure that's a good idea? With your condition. Only one way to find out. He walked toward Buckbeak, moving slowly, keeping his eyes on the ground. The hippogriff's gaze tracked him, sharp and assessing. Harry stopped 10 feet away, bowed. Buckbeak didn't bow back. Instead, the creature's nostrils flared, his head tilted. It stepped forward, closing the distance between them, and Harry felt a moment of genuine fear. The hippogriff bowed, low and deep, wings spreading in submission. Blimey, Hagrid breathed. I've never seen him do that before. Not that fast, not that deep. Harry straightened, confused. Buckbeak remained bowed, trembling slightly. What's happening? Harry asked. I don't. Hagrid scratched his beard. Hippogriffs can sense things. Power, intent, that sort of thing. Whatever he's sensing from you, it's impressive. Harry approached Buckbeak carefully. The hippogriff raised its head but stayed submissive, golden eyes now carrying something that looked almost like worship. You can feel it, can't you? Harry murmured, quiet enough that only Buckbeak could hear. What I'm becoming. The hippogriff made a soft sound. Agreement. Acknowledgement. I'm not your master. Buckbeak's eyes said otherwise. Harry turned back to the class. They were all staring, Gryffindors with a mix of awe and unease, Slytherins with calculation and, in some cases, naked hostility. Draco Malfoy pushed through the crowd. Big deal, he sneered. So Potter can bow to a chicken. Let's see if it's actually tame. He strode toward Buckbeak, ignoring Hagrid's warning shout. The hippogriff's demeanor changed instantly. Submission replaced by hostility, golden eyes flashing with anger. Harry moved without thinking. He was between Draco and Buckbeak in a heartbeat, moving faster than any human should be able to. His hand caught Draco's chest and shoved, sending the boy stumbling backward. Don't, Harry said, and his voice carried that layered quality again, the serpent echo that made people flinch. He'll kill you. Draco's face went white. Take your hands off me, Potter. Then stop being an idiot. Harry released him, turned to Buckbeak. The hippogriff had calmed the moment Harry intervened, returning to its submissive posture. Hagrid, maybe we should move on to something less dangerous, right? Yes. Good idea. Hagrid was sweating, clearly shaken by how close things had come to disaster. Everyone back away from the paddock. We'll try something smaller tomorrow. The class dispersed, but Draco lingered, glaring at Harry with undisguised hatred. You think you're so special, he hissed. You think that being a freak makes you untouchable. But you're wrong. My family has resources you can't imagine. Allies you've never heard of. When we move against you, you'll what? Send another diary? Harry's voice was flat. Your father's in Azkaban, Draco. Your family's influence is crumbling. And you're threatening someone who can kill with a touch. Think about whether that's really the path you want to take. He walked away, leaving Draco sputtering behind him. It wasn't kind. It wasn't strategic. But the predator in Harry was getting tired of being threatened by people who couldn't back it up. The Covenant messenger found Harry that evening. He was walking back from the library, arms full of books on magical transformations, when a voice spoke from the shadows of an empty corridor. Harry Potter, the blood of the great ones. Harry stopped, set down his books, turned to face the speaker. The seventh-year Slytherin emerged from the darkness, moving with a fluid grace that suggested extensive training. Up close, Harry could see the sharp cheekbones, the dark eyes, the faint smile that didn't reach them. Marcus Blackwood, the boy said. I'm the Covenant's representative at Hogwarts. I know. Daphne spotted you on the train. The Greengrass girl. Yes, we've been watching her too. Her family's curse makes her useful. She can't be charmed into loyalty, which means she can't be charmed into betrayal either. Marcus tilted his head. You've chosen your allies well. What do you want? To deliver a message, and to make an offer. Marcus reached into his robes and produced a small box. This is a token of the Covenant's esteem, a gift for the blood of the Great Ones. Harry didn't take the box. What's in it? A scale from the progenitor himself, preserved through millennia, carried through generations of the faithful. It contains a fraction of his power, enough to accelerate your transformation significantly. And if I don't want my transformation accelerated? Marcus's smile flickered. Why wouldn't you? You're becoming a god, Potter. Every day you become stronger, faster, more powerful. The scale would simply speed the process. The process is already fast enough. I'm losing my humanity at a steady clip. I don't need help. Humanity is a weakness, a limitation. Marcus's voice was patient, like a teacher explaining something obvious to a slow student. The great serpents were not bound by human morality, human relationships, human concerns. They were pure, perfect. You could be the same. I could be a monster, you mean? I mean you could be free. Free from the chains that bind lesser beings. Free to remake the world according to your will. Marcus stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The sleeper is waking, Potter. The old magic is returning. You can lead that transformation, guide it, shape it into something magnificent. Or you can resist, and be swept away when the tide rises. Harry thought about the thing he'd felt beneath the castle. The vast, ancient presence, stirring in its long sleep. What is the sleeper? Really? The first serpent, the progenitor's eldest child, the one who refused to fade when the others withdrew. He buried himself beneath Hogwarts when the castle was built, bound by wards created by Slytherin himself. But the wards are failing. Your transformation began the process. Your presence in the castle is accelerating it. I'm waking it up just by being here? You're calling it up. Blood calls to blood. The serpent recognizes its heir. Marcus's voice dropped to a whisper. It's been waiting for someone like you for 1,000 years. Someone with the blood, the power, the will to complete what Slytherin started. Slytherin wanted to wake the sleeper? Slytherin wanted to control it. That was his mistake. The sleeper cannot be controlled. It can only be guided, befriended, allied with. The Covenant has spent centuries preparing for this moment, gathering knowledge, preserving rituals that will allow the blood of the Great Ones to communicate with the first serpent as an equal. Harry's mind was racing. This was more information than he'd gotten from anyone else. More than Dumbledore, more than the portrait of Walburga, more than the Great Serpent in the Void. Why are you telling me this? Why give me information I could use against you? Because we're not your enemies. Marcus's fervor dimmed slightly, replaced by something that looked almost like sincerity. The Covenant serves the Serpent Line. We've always served the Serpent Line. Our purpose is to prepare the way for the Blood's return, to ensure that when the time comes, the Chosen One has the knowledge and resources needed to fulfill their destiny. And if I choose a different destiny, then we will be disappointed, but we will adapt. Marcus shrugged. The Covenant has survived for millennia because we're flexible. If you don't want to be our God King, we'll find another way to serve. But the sleeper is still waking. That can't be stopped now. You might as well be prepared when it happens. He held out the box again. Harry stared at it, thinking about everything he'd heard. Keep it, he said finally. I'm not ready to accelerate anything yet, but I want to learn more. About the Covenant, the sleeper, the old magic. If you're offering knowledge, I'll accept that. Marcus nodded slowly. A reasonable request. I'll arrange for texts to be delivered to you, histories, rituals, theories. Study them at your leisure. When you have questions, find me. I'm always available for the blood of the Great Ones. He melted back into the shadows, disappearing as silently as he'd arrived. Harry stood alone in the corridor, heart pounding, mind buzzing with implications. The sleeper was waking. The Covenant was watching. And Harry was at the center of something much bigger than Voldemort, bigger than prophecies, bigger than anything he'd imagined. He gathered his books and continued to Gryffindor Tower, trying to look like a normal student instead of a God King in training who just had a conversation that might determine the fate of the magical world. Daphne cornered him after breakfast the next day. You met with the Covenant messenger. It wasn't a question. What did he say? Harry looked around the crowded corridor, then pulled her into an empty classroom. How do you know? I have sources. What did he say? Harry gave her the summary, the sleeper, the scale, the offer of knowledge without strings attached. Daphne listened with growing concern. They're playing you. Maybe. Or maybe they're genuinely trying to help. The Covenant doesn't help. They manipulate. They've been doing it for thousands of years. Daphne's voice was sharp. This Marcus Blackwood, did you check his background? His family connections? I didn't have time. The Blackwoods are one of the oldest families in the Covenant. They've been breeding for serpent-touched blood for generations. Marcus himself is probably the most genetically optimized human they've ever produced, designed specifically to serve as an intermediary between the Covenant and any potential blood heir. Designed. The Covenant practices selective breeding. They've been doing it since before recorded history, combining bloodlines, enhancing magical potential, trying to create the perfect vessel for serpent power. Daphne's expression was grim. You're not the first person they've tried to turn into a god. You're just the first one who survived the transformation without their help. Harry thought about this. That's why they're being nice. They didn't create me, so they can't control me the way they controlled their other experiments. Exactly. They're having to improvise, which means they're vulnerable. But it also means they're desperate. Desperate people do dangerous things. What do you suggest? Take their knowledge, but don't trust them. Learn everything you can about the sleeper and the old magic, but don't let them set the terms. You need to understand what's happening beneath this castle independently, not through their filtered version. How do I do that? The Chamber of Secrets. Daphne's eyes were intent. You opened it once. You killed the Basilisk. But that's not all that's down there. It can't be. Slytherin built that place to house the serpent that would cleanse the school. He must have left other things behind. Knowledge, artifacts, connections to the sleeper. Harry thought about the chamber. He hadn't been back since the transformation. Hadn't wanted to. Really, too many bad memories, too much pain associated with that place. But Daphne was right. If there were answers to be found, they'd be down there. Tonight, he said, after everyone's asleep. Will you come with me? Daphne hesitated. My curse affects magical bonds, not physical danger. If there are traps or guardians down there, I can handle those. I need you for the analysis. You see things I miss. Flattery. But she was smiling slightly. Fine. Tonight. But if I die down there, I'm haunting you forever. The chamber was different the second time. Harry led Daphne through Myrtle's bathroom, hissing at the sink entrance to open the passage. They slid down the pipe, cleaner than Harry remembered, as if something had been maintaining it, and emerged in the main tunnel. This is disgusting, Daphne observed, stepping carefully over scattered bones. Slytherin really knew how to make an entrance. Wait until you see the main chamber. The serpent door opened at Harry's command. They stepped through and Daphne stopped dead. That's a basilisk. The corpse was still there, still massive, still perfectly preserved despite the year that had passed. Its scales gleamed in the torchlight like polished emeralds. Its eyes, destroyed by Fawkes, were hollow sockets, but the rest of it looked almost alive. It hasn't decomposed, Harry said. I expected it to be rotted by now. Basilisks don't rot. Their venom keeps them preserved indefinitely. Daphne approached the corpse, eyes wide with academic fascination. Do you have any idea how valuable this is? The scales alone are worth millions of galleons. The blood, the organs, the venom glands. We can harvest it later. Right now I want to explore. They moved past the basilisk, deeper into the chamber. Harry could feel the presence he'd sensed from above, stronger now, pulsing like a heartbeat in the stone around them. There. Daphne pointed to a section of wall that didn't match the rest. That's a hidden passage. See how the serpent carvings are slightly different. Harry approached the wall and spoke in Parseltongue. Open. Nothing happened. Try asking nicely, Daphne suggested. I am the blood of the great ones. Open in my name. The wall shimmered and dissolved, revealing a passage that descended into darkness. That's promising and terrifying in equal measure, Daphne said. They followed the passage downward. The air grew warmer, heavier, thick with magic so old it felt like breathing honey. The walls were covered in serpent script, thousands of years of accumulated writings, records, prophecies. Daphne. Harry stopped, staring at a particular section. Can you read this? It's not English, or Latin, or Greek. She studied the symbols. This is Proto-Serpent script, the original language before Parseltongue was codified. It's supposed to be extinct. Hermione could probably translate it. Hermione would have a scholarly heart attack trying to translate it. This is priceless historical documentation. They continued down. The passage opened into a smaller chamber, circular, dominated by a single feature. A massive stone altar carved in the shape of a coiled serpent. And on the altar, a book. Harry approached carefully, every instinct screaming that this was important. The book was bound in scales, real scales, basilisk or something like it, and sealed with a golden clasp shaped like an Ouroboros. Blood lock, Daphne said, recognizing the clasp. It'll only open for someone with the right bloodline. Harry touched the clasp. It warmed under his fingers, hummed with recognition, and clicked open. The book was a journal, handwritten in English that was old but readable. Harry opened to the first page and read, I, Salazar Slytherin, do record herein the truth of my great work, that those who come after may understand what I attempted and why I failed. Harry and Daphne exchanged glances. Well, Daphne said, this is either incredibly valuable or incredibly dangerous. Probably both. Harry began to read. Slytherin's journal told a story very different from the one Harry had learned in History of Magic. The founder had been a serpent speaker, yes. He had built the Chamber of Secrets, bred the basilisk, planted the seeds of pure-blood ideology. But his motivations were more complex than simple prejudice. The sleeper was already here when we built the castle, Slytherin had written. Buried deep, bound by wards older than human civilization. Called to me in dreams, showed me visions of what it had been before it slept. A guardian. a protector, the first and greatest of all serpents, charged with watching over the magical creatures of this island. But it was corrupted. Something, I know not what, turned its purpose. The guardian became a devourer. The protector became a predator. The other founders wanted to destroy it, but I knew that was impossible. The sleeper is too vast, too powerful, too integral to the magic of this land. Destroying it would destroy everything. So I proposed containment, a secondary set of wards, layered over the original, designed to keep the sleeper dormant while we searched for a cure. The chamber was built to house the anchor, a basilisk bred from the sleeper's own essence, linked to it by blood and magic. As long as the basilisk lived, the sleeper would sleep. But the others didn't understand. They saw only the danger, not the necessity. They cast me out, branded me a dark wizard, rewrote history to make me the villain. I spent the rest of my life searching for a cure, for a way to restore the sleeper to what it had been. I failed. The corruption runs too deep. The sleeper cannot be healed, it can only be destroyed or released. And since destruction is impossible, release is inevitable. Someday someone will kill my basilisk. Someday the anchor will break. And when that happens, the sleeper will wake. I have left what knowledge I could. Texts, rituals, warnings. Perhaps whoever comes after me will succeed where I failed. Perhaps the blood of the great ones will find a way to communicate with the sleeper, to reach whatever fragment of its original purpose still remains. But I fear, oh how I fear, the visions the sleeper sent me, the things it showed me from its corrupted dreams. If that entity wakes unchanged, if it rises with hunger and hatred intact, may the old gods forgive me. I have doomed us all. The journal continued, filled with technical details about the wards, the rituals Slytherin had tried, the theories he'd developed. Harry skimmed through it, absorbing what he could, saving the rest for later study. You killed the basilisk, Daphne said quietly. You broke the anchor. I didn't know. Of course you didn't. But the sleeper is waking because of you. The Covenant is right about that, at least. Harry stared at the journal in his hands. 1,000 years of secrets, written by a man everyone had dismissed as a bigoted villain. A guardian corrupted, a protector turned predator, and Harry was responsible for setting it free. There has to be a way, he said. Slytherin couldn't find it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. He said the blood of the Great Ones might be able to communicate with the sleeper. Maybe I can reach it, find whatever's left of what it used to be. That's incredibly dangerous. So is doing nothing. Harry closed the journal. I need to understand this thing. I need to know what I'm dealing with before it fully wakes. And that means going deeper. Deeper. Harry pointed to the far wall, where another serpent door waited. Slytherin said the sleeper is buried beneath the chamber. That door probably leads to whatever's left of the original wards. If I can reach them, maybe I can slow down the waking. By time to find a real solution. Or you could wake it up faster. Or get yourself killed. Or unleash an ancient corrupted guardian on an unsuspecting world. All possibilities. Harry met her eyes. But I'm the one who broke the anchor. I'm the one who started this. I have to at least try to fix it. Daphne was silent for a long moment. Then she sighed. You're going to do this regardless of what I say, aren't you? Yes. Then I'm coming with you. Someone needs to keep you from doing anything too stupid. Harry smiled despite everything. Thanks, Daphne. Don't thank me yet. We might both die down there. The deeper passage was worse. The air grew hotter as they descended, thick with magic that pressed against Harry's senses like a physical weight. The walls were alive with serpent script, thousands of years of accumulated writings glowing faintly in colors Harry had no name for. And beneath it all, the presence grew stronger. The sleeper was aware of him now. Harry could feel its attention, vast and inhuman, focused on him like a spotlight. It was curious, interested, and hungry in a way that made his stomach clench. It knows we're here, Daphne said, her voice tight. Yeah. It's big. Really big. I can feel it even without magic. Yeah. They reached a final door, larger than any they'd passed through. The serpent carvings here were different, more primal, more terrifying. These weren't stylized representations. They were portraits, detailed and precise, showing creatures that made the basilisk look like a garden snake. The original serpents, Harry breathed. The great ones, before they faded. Can you open it? Harry pressed his hand against the door. It was warm, almost hot, pulsing with power that resonated with something deep in his blood. He spoke in Parseltongue. Not modern Parseltongue, but something older, something that came from the transformation rather than his innate ability. I am the blood of the great ones. I am the heir of flame and venom. I come to speak with the first serpent. The door didn't just open. It dissolved, the stone flowing away like water, revealing what lay beyond. Harry had expected a cavern, a tomb, some kind of containment facility. He hadn't expected this. The space was vast, impossibly vast, bigger than Hogwarts, bigger than anything that should exist beneath a castle in Scotland. It stretched away in all directions, lit by a sourceless golden glow, filled with structures that didn't make sense. Towers that spiraled sideways, bridges that connected to nothing, gardens of crystallized magic, frozen mid-bloom. And in the center, coiled around a pillar the size of a mountain, the sleeper. Harry had thought he understood what vast meant. He'd felt the presence, sensed the scale, read Slytherin's descriptions. None of it had prepared him for the reality. The sleeper was a serpent, yes, but calling it a serpent was like calling the sun a candle. It was miles long, scales the size of houses, eyes that were closed but still somehow visible, vast pools of darkness that reflected nothing. "Oh," Daphne said faintly. "Oh, that's... yeah." The sleeper stirred. Just slightly, just a ripple of movement along its impossible length. But that small motion sent shockwaves through the entire space, made the towers shake and the bridges sway. And then a voice spoke. Not in Harry's ears, in his mind, in his blood, in every cell of his transformed body. "Blood of my blood. You have come." Harry swallowed hard. "I have questions." "Of course you do." The voice was amused, patient, ancient beyond comprehension. "Ask, then. I have slept for 1,000 years. I have time for questions. Slytherin said you were corrupted, that you used to be a guardian, but something changed you. Is that true?" Silence. The sleeper's vast body shifted again, and Harry felt something like sorrow emanating from its presence. "True enough. I was made to protect, to serve. But protection requires sacrifice, and service requires purpose. When the ones I protected forgot me, when the purpose I served was abandoned, I grew hungry, resentful, alone. Can you be healed? Restored to what you were? Perhaps, if one with the blood were willing to provide what I lack." The presence focused on Harry more intensely. "A connection, purpose, a reason to be something other than what I have become. You want me to bond with you. I want nothing. I am beyond wanting. But if you offered a bond, I would accept. And in accepting, I might remember what I was before the hunger." Harry felt Daphne's hand on his arm, pulling him back. "Don't," she whispered. "Don't agree to anything. We need to research this, understand what we're dealing with. The Greengrass girl is wise." The sleeper's amusement deepened. "She knows that bargains with ancient entities rarely favor the mortal. But she also knows that you have little choice. I am waking, blood of my blood. The anchor is broken. Within a year, perhaps 2, I will rise regardless of your wishes. The only question is whether I rise as an ally or an enemy. And a bond would make you an ally? A bond would give me something to care about other than hunger. Whether that makes me an ally." The presence shifted, became something almost gentle. "That depends on you, on who you become, on what you do with the power I would share." Harry thought about everything he'd learned. The Covenant, the prophecies, Voldemort, the transformation that was slowly stripping away his humanity. And now this, a choice that would determine the fate of the magical world. "I need time," he said. "Time to learn, to prepare, to understand what I'm agreeing to. Time is the one thing you have little of, but I will wait. A year, perhaps 2. Then the choice will be made for you, one way or another. The presence receded, not disappearing, just withdrawing, giving Harry space to think, to breathe, to absorb what he'd experienced. "Let's go," Daphne said. Her face was pale, her voice shaking. "I need to get out of here." They left the chamber, climbing back through passages that seemed shorter than before, emerging into the familiar darkness of the Chamber of Secrets. Harry looked back at the serpent door, thinking about the entity waiting below, the choice ahead of him, the deadline he now faced. A year, maybe 2, then everything would change. The next few weeks established a new rhythm. Harry attended classes, did homework, maintained the appearance of a normal student. But every spare moment went to research, the journal, the Covenant's texts, the books from his family vault. He was searching for answers, for alternatives, for any path that didn't involve bonding with an ancient corrupted entity. The Covenant messenger approached him again, twice, offering more information in exchange for consideration of their proposals. Harry took the information and gave nothing in return. Lupin's training sessions helped. The werewolf journal contained techniques for controlling transformation urges, for channeling beast instincts into productive activity. Harry adapted them for his own use, learning to suppress the predator when necessary, to embrace it when useful. Hermione threw herself into research with characteristic enthusiasm. She didn't know about the sleeper. Harry hadn't told anyone except Daphne, but she was fascinated by the historical and magical implications of Harry's transformation. Her analysis of the serpent script from the chamber was progressing slowly but steadily. Ron struggled more. The allure made it hard for him to think clearly around Harry, and the dynamic of their friendship had shifted in ways neither of them fully understood. But he was trying, and that mattered. Sirius Black remained at large. The Dementors circled Hogwarts like sharks smelling blood, but they kept their distance from Harry after the incident on the train. Whatever he'd done to them, they remembered. And beneath it all, the sleeper dreamed. Harry could feel it now, constantly, a weight in the back of his mind. It wasn't trying to influence him, not yet, but it was watching, waiting, measuring the boy who might become its salvation or its enemy. Some nights, Harry dreamed of what the world would look like if he said yes. A world where serpents ruled, where magic flowed free and wild, where humans were protected by vast creatures that cared for them like shepherds caring for sheep. It wasn't a bad vision, but it wasn't his vision, and he wasn't ready to give up on his own choices just yet. The clock was ticking, the sleeper was waking, and Harry Potter was running out of time to figure out who he wanted to be. Everything changed on Halloween. Harry was in the Great Hall, pretending to enjoy the feast, when Dumbledore stood with an expression of grave concern. "I regret to inform you all that Sirius Black has been sighted near Hogsmeade. All students are to return to their dormitories immediately. Prefects, please lead your houses. Staff will patrol the corridors." Chaos erupted. Students rushed for the exits, voices raised in fear and excitement. Harry stayed seated, watching Dumbledore's face, seeing the calculations happening behind those twinkling eyes. "Potter!" Professor McGonagall appeared at his elbow. "You need to come with me." "Why?" "Because Sirius Black isn't just near Hogsmeade. He's in the castle." Harry's blood went cold. "How?" "We don't know. The wards should have stopped him. But he was seen in the Gryffindor corridor, outside the portrait of the fat lady. He attacked her. She's badly damaged." Harry thought about what Lupin had said, about Sirius being James's best friend, about the conviction that never quite made sense. "Take me to the portrait," he said. "That's the opposite of what I should be doing. Take me to the portrait, Professor. Please, I need to see something." McGonagall hesitated. Then slowly she nodded. The fat lady's portrait was in shreds. Long slashes across the canvas, vicious and desperate. But she was still there, cowering in a painting of giraffes 3 corridors away. "He asked me to let him in," she wailed when Harry approached. "I said no. I didn't have the password, and he went mad, started slashing at me. screaming about needing to get to the dormitory. What was he saying? Exactly. He said, I have to protect him. Over and over. I have to protect him. He's in danger. The rat is there. I have to protect him. Harry went very still. The rat. Yes, the rat. He kept talking about a rat that was hiding. A rat that had to be caught before it was too late. Lupin's words echoed in Harry's memory. James and I were in the same year at Hogwarts, along with Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew, the man who'd supposedly confronted Sirius, who'd been killed along with 12 muggles. The man whose body had never been found, only a finger. Ron had a rat, Scabbers. A rat that had been in his family for over a decade, which was very long for a normal rat. A rat that was missing a toe. Professor, Harry said slowly, I think we need to find Ron. They found Ron in the Gryffindor common room, clutching Scabbers to his chest while the rat squirmed and struggled. He's been mental all night, Ron said, looking bewildered. Won't stop trying to escape. Almost bit me twice. Harry looked at the rat. Really looked with all his enhanced senses. And saw, not a rat. Something that was pretending to be a rat. Something that radiated a wrongness his transformation could detect. Something human hiding behind animal features. Ron, put down the rat. What? Why? Because that's not a rat. Ron stared at him. Harry, mate, I know you're going through some weird stuff, but this is definitely a rat. I've had him since I was a kid. Since just after Voldemort fell. Since just after Peter Pettigrew supposedly died. Harry's voice was flat. Ron, Scabbers is missing a toe. Peter Pettigrew's body was never found, only a finger. And Peter was an animagus. How do you know that? Lupin told me. Peter, Sirius, and my father all became animagi to keep Lupin company during full moons. Ron's face went white. He looked down at the rat in his hands. The rat that had gone very, very still. That's mental, he whispered. You're saying my pet rat is actually a dead wizard? I'm saying your pet rat might be a very much alive wizard who faked his own death and framed another man for murder. The rat chose that moment to make a break for it. It launched itself from Ron's hands, transformed mid-leap into a pudgy, balding man with watery eyes and tattered robes, and sprinted for the portrait hole. Harry was faster. He caught Pettigrew by the throat, lifting him off his feet with strength no 13-year-old should possess. The man squealed, struggled, went limp when Harry's grip tightened. Peter Pettigrew, Harry said, also known as Wormtail, betrayer of the Potter family. We need to have a conversation. The truth came out in pieces. Pettigrew, forced to speak by the pressure of Harry's hand around his windpipe, confessed to everything. The betrayal of the Potters. The framing of Sirius. 12 years hiding as a rat, waiting for Voldemort to return. He's coming back, Pettigrew whimpered. The Dark Lord. He never truly died. He's gathering strength, waiting for the right moment. I had to survive, had to be ready to serve him again. You had to watch my family suffer while an innocent man rotted in Azkaban. Sirius isn't innocent. He would have killed me. You're right. Harry's grip tightened. He should have. The door to the common room burst open. Sirius Black stood in the entrance, gaunt and wild-eyed, a stolen wand in his hand. Harry! His voice cracked. Harry, don't kill him. We need him alive. We need him to testify. Give me one reason. Because I want my name cleared. I want the world to know what this rat did. I want to be your godfather again. The way James wanted. Sirius's eyes were filled with desperate hope. Please, Harry. I've spent 12 years dreaming of this moment. Don't take it away from me. Harry looked at the man he'd been taught to hate. The escaped convict, the mass murderer, the betrayer. Except he wasn't any of those things. He was James Potter's best friend, wrongly imprisoned, driven half-mad by dementors and injustice. He dropped Pettigrew. Professor McGonagall is right outside, Harry said. She can call the Orse. We'll do this properly. Sirius's legs gave out. He collapsed against the doorframe, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you, Harry. The aftermath was chaotic. Pettigrew was arrested, Sirius was taken into custody pending trial, and the Ministry was thrown into turmoil by the revelation that they'd imprisoned an innocent man for over a decade. The Daily Prophet had a field day, headlines screaming about corruption, incompetence, the boy who lived once again at the center of everything. Harry sat through interviews, gave testimony, answered the same questions 100 times. Yes, he'd caught Pettigrew. Yes, he'd been the one to identify him. No, he didn't want revenge on Black anymore. Sirius was released 3 days later, pending a full trial. His first act as a free man was to find Harry in the Great Hall and pull him into a bone-crushing hug. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice muffled against Harry's shoulder. "I'm so sorry I wasn't there, that you grew up without family, that I let Pettigrew. It wasn't your fault. I was supposed to protect you. James made me promise, and I failed." Harry pulled back, looking at his godfather properly for the first time. Sirius was thin, damaged, haunted by years of darkness and despair. But underneath all that, Harry could see the man his father had trusted. The man who'd been willing to die rather than betray his friends. "You didn't fail," Harry said. "You survived. That's what matters now." Sirius's eyes went to Harry's face, studying the changes the transformation had wrought. "You're different. Lupin told me a bit. But, long story. I've got time. For the first time in 12 years, I've got nothing but time." Sirius's smile was brittle but genuine. "Tell me everything, Harry. I want to know who you've become." So Harry told him. Another person who knew his secrets. Another ally in the growing war. The sleeper stirred beneath the castle, and Harry felt something like hope for the first time in months. He wasn't alone anymore. Whatever came next, he'd face it with people who cared about him. Not because of what he was, but because of who he was. That had to count for something. Chapter 4. The Covenant Rises. Sirius Black's trial lasted 3 hours. Harry watched from the gallery as witness after witness testified. Lupin about their friendship, Pettigrew about his betrayal, Ministry officials about the complete lack of a proper trial 12 years ago. Sirius sat in the defendant's chair looking simultaneously terrified and defiant, like a man who'd stopped believing good things could happen to him. The verdict was unanimous. Not guilty on all charges. When Amelia Bones announced it, Sirius didn't move. He sat frozen, staring straight ahead, until Harry pushed through the crowd and grabbed his arm. "It's over," Harry said. "You're free." Sirius blinked, looked at Harry, and then burst into tears. They left the Ministry together, Sirius leaning on Harry like a man who'd forgotten how to walk without chains. The press swarmed them outside, cameras flashing, reporters shouting questions. But Harry's allure pushed them back without him even trying. By the time they reached the apparition point, they were alone. "Where do you want to go?" Harry asked. "I don't." Sirius's voice cracked. "I don't have anywhere. My family's house is probably destroyed. My flat was seized by the Ministry. Everything I owned. I have your family's house, actually. Grimmauld Place. It accepted me as heir through my grandmother's blood." Sirius stared at him. "You've been living in that hellhole? It's not so bad once you clear out the cursed objects and tell the portraits to shut up." A laugh bubbled out of Sirius, broken, rusty, but real. "Merlin, you're James's son." He'd have said exactly the same thing. Harry side-alonged them to Grimmauld Place. Sirius stood in the entryway, looking around at the house he'd grown up in, the house he'd fled as a teenager. His expression was complicated, anger and grief and something that might have been relief. Blood traitor. Walburga's portrait had noticed them. "You dare return to this?" "Shut up, mother." Sirius didn't even look at her. "I've spent 12 years in Azkaban. I'm not in the mood." The portrait spluttered into silence, apparently too shocked to continue. "That felt good," Sirius said. "That felt really, really good." The weeks that followed were strange. Sirius was damaged in ways that weren't immediately visible. He flinched at sudden sounds, couldn't sleep without nightmares, sometimes forgot where he was and started talking to people who weren't there. Harry learned to move quietly, to announce himself before entering rooms, to not take it personally when Sirius snapped at him for no reason. But there were good moments too. Sirius told stories about James, real stories, not the sanitized versions in the history books. He taught Harry spells his father had invented, showed him photographs from their Hogwarts years, explained the elaborate pranks that had made the Marauders legendary. "Your dad would be so proud of you," Sirius said one evening, looking at Harry with an expression that made his chest ache. "The way you handled Pettigrew, the way you've handled everything. You're more like him than you know." "I don't feel like him. I feel like something else entirely." "The transformation?" Sirius's eyes were knowing. "Lupin told me about it. Said you're becoming something unprecedented. Something not human." "So?" "Lupin's not fully human either, and he's one of the best people I know. Being human is overrated anyway. Most humans are terrible." Harry laughed despite himself. "That's a dark philosophy. 12 years in Azkaban gives you perspective." Sirius's smile faded. "Listen, Harry. I know I'm not in any shape to be a proper guardian. I'm broken, probably permanently. But whatever you're becoming, whoever you're turning into, I want to be there for it. I want to help if I can. You already are helping, just by being here. That's not enough. You need people who can actually protect you, who can fight beside you when things go bad. And things are going to go bad. I can feel it. Something's coming." Harry thought about the sleeper, about the Covenant, about Voldemort, still out there somewhere, gathering strength. "Yeah," he said. "Something's coming." Christmas break brought unexpected visitors. Harry was in the Black Library, working through Slytherin's journal for the 100th time, when Creature appeared with an expression of barely contained alarm. "Master has guests. The Greengrass family. All of them." Harry closed the journal. "All of them. Lord Greengrass, Lady Greengrass, the young mistress, and her sister. They are waiting in the formal parlor." Harry hadn't expected this. He'd been working with Daphne for months, but he'd never met her family. She'd kept that part of her life carefully separate, and he'd respected her privacy. Something had changed. He found them in the parlor, a formal space he'd never used, filled with black family antiques and uncomfortable furniture. Cyrus Greengrass was a tall man with silver hair and calculating eyes. His wife Evelyn was elegant and distant. Astoria, Daphne's younger sister, was a smaller version of Daphne with slightly softer features. And Daphne herself was pale, her usual composure cracked by something Harry couldn't identify. "Lord Potter." Cyrus inclined his head formally. "Thank you for receiving us. I wasn't aware we had an appointment." "We don't. I apologize for the intrusion, but circumstances have forced our hand." Cyrus's expression was grave. "My daughter tells me you've been researching the Greengrass curse." Harry glanced at Daphne. She wouldn't meet his eyes. "I have. Daphne and I have an arrangement. I provide resources. She provides political guidance." "Yes, she mentioned that. What she didn't mention, until this morning, was that she'd accompanied you into the Chamber of Secrets. That she'd stood before the first serpent. That she'd heard its voice in her mind." Harry went very still. "Daphne, I'm sorry." Her voice was barely a whisper. "I didn't know it would. I didn't realize." "The sleeper spoke to my daughter." Cyrus's voice was controlled, but Harry could hear the fear underneath. "It offered her something. A cure for our family's curse in exchange for... Well, that's why we're here." "In exchange for what?" Daphne finally looked at him. Her eyes were wet with unshed tears. "In exchange for me," she said. "It wants me to stay with it. To become its companion, I suppose. Someone to talk to during the long years of waking." Her voice cracked. "It's so lonely, Harry. I felt it when it spoke to me. Thousands of years of isolation, of hunger, of nothing but its own thoughts. It's desperate for connection." Harry felt the sleeper stir at the edge of his awareness. Amused, patient. She understood. The voice whispered in his mind. She saw what the others could not. "I thought she might make a suitable vessel for my attention." "You can't have her," Harry said aloud. The Greengrass family startled. Cyrus's hand moved toward his wand. I'm not asking for your permission. Blood of my blood. I'm offering a choice. The girl's curse can be lifted. Her family can be free of the burden they've carried for centuries. All she has to do is accept. What happens if she accepts? She becomes mine. Not a slave. I have no need for slaves. A companion. A voice in the darkness. Someone to remind me what it felt like to care about something other than hunger. Harry looked at Daphne. She was trembling, her immunity to magical influence clearly not extending to whatever the sleeper was projecting. You said you'd wait, Harry said. You said you'd give me time to decide about the bond. I have waited. I am still waiting. But the girl is a separate matter. She came to my domain of her own will. She listened when I spoke. She felt something for me. Pity, perhaps, or curiosity. That makes her eligible for my attention in ways that have nothing to do with you. She's my ally, my friend. You can't just take her. I'm not taking anything. I'm offering. There's a difference. The sleeper's presence pulsed with something that might have been frustration. You humans are so possessive, so convinced that your relationships give you ownership over each other. The girl is not yours. Blood of my blood. She is her own. Let her choose. Harry turned to Daphne. What do you want? She was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was steadier than he expected. The curse killed my grandmother at 28. My mother is 34, and already showing symptoms. Astoria. She glanced at her sister, who was watching with wide, frightened eyes. Astoria has maybe 20 years. Maybe less. You can't sacrifice yourself for them. Can't I? Daphne's smile was bitter. You've been talking about sacrifice since I met you, Harry. About doing what needs to be done regardless of personal cost. Is that only noble when you're the one making the sacrifice? That's different. How? How is it different? Her voice rose. You're planning to bond with that thing yourself. You're planning to give up your humanity to save the world. Why is it acceptable for you to make that choice, but not for me? Harry didn't have an answer. Cyrus Greengrass cleared his throat. If I may, Lord Potter, my daughter has always been practical. She understands costs and benefits in ways that most people find uncomfortable. If she's considering this offer, it's because she's genuinely weighed the alternatives. The alternative is that I keep researching, that I find another way to break the curse. With respect, you've been researching for months. What have you found? Harry thought about the texts he'd read, the theories he'd developed, the dead ends he'd encountered. The Greengrass curse was ancient, complex, and tied to magics that predated modern understanding. Nothing concrete, he admitted. Not yet. And how long until you find something? A year? 5? 10? Cyrus's voice was gentle, but relentless. My wife has perhaps a decade left. My younger daughter has perhaps 2. How many of my family members die while you search for a solution that may not exist? I can end the curse today, the sleeper offered. The girl joins me, the curse lifts. Your family is free. Daphne looked at Harry. Her composure was back, her walls rebuilt, but her eyes were still wet. I don't want to do this, she said quietly. I want to live my life, fall in love properly, have children, grow old. But I also want my mother to see 50. I want Astoria to have a future. And if this is the only way, it's not the only way. Then find another one. You have until the sleeper fully wakes. She straightened, becoming the cold, practical girl he'd first met in the library. If you can break the curse before then, I won't accept the offer. But if you can't, I won't let my family die for my freedom. The sleeper's presence receded, satisfied. Harry was left standing in a room full of people who were watching him with varying degrees of hope and desperation. I'll find a way, he said. I promise. Daphne didn't respond. She didn't have to. They both knew promises meant nothing against ancient curses and older entities. The Greengrasses stayed at Grimald Place. Harry had offered them sanctuary after the meeting, partly out of hospitality and partly because he wanted to keep Daphne close while he searched for alternatives. Cyrus had accepted with carefully concealed relief. The Greengrass estate had protections, but nothing compared to the wards of an ancient and noble house. Sirius was surprisingly good with guests. His years as a pureblood heir had left him with social skills that emerged when needed, and he charmed Evelyn Greengrass into actual smiles within a day. He taught Astoria card games, debated politics with Cyrus, and gave Daphne space when she needed it. "She's strong," Sirius said to Harry one evening, watching Daphne read in the library. "Reminds me of your mother, actually. Same steel underneath. She shouldn't have to be this strong. She's 14. None of us should have to be what we are. Doesn't change reality." Sirius's hand landed on Harry's shoulder. "You're going to find a way. I believe that." "Why?" "Because you're James's son, and James never accepted impossible odds. He'd have torn the world apart to protect someone he cared about." Sirius's smile was sad. "So will you." The Triwizard Tournament was announced the day students returned from Christmas break. Dumbledore stood at the high table, explaining the rules: 3 schools, 3 champions, dangerous tasks, eternal glory. The great hall buzzed with excitement. Harry watched from the Gryffindor table, feeling the sleepers' amusement at the edge of his awareness. "They play their games," the voice whispered, so unaware of what stirs beneath them. "I'm competing," Harry said aloud, quiet enough that only Ron and Hermione could hear. Ron choked on his pumpkin juice. "What? You can't compete, you're not 17. The age line won't stop me. Nothing magical works on me the way it should anymore." "Harry, this is insane." Hermione's voice was sharp with concern. "The Triwizard Tournament has killed people. Why would you voluntarily?" "Because someone's going to try to put my name in anyway." Harry had spent the break analyzing possibilities, running scenarios. "Voldemort's followers haven't given up. The Covenant wants to see what I can do. The Ministry is afraid of me and wants to test my limits. Someone's going to manipulate the goblet, and I'd rather enter on my own terms than be forced in by enemies. That's paranoid. I've been right about everything so far." Hermione couldn't argue with that. The Goblet of Fire was lit that evening, its blue flames dancing in the center of the entrance hall. Students gathered around it, discussing who would enter, who would win, who would die trying. Harry waited until midnight. The entrance hall was empty, the castle quiet. He approached the goblet alone. The age line glowed around the artifact, warning away those too young to compete. Harry stepped through it without resistance. The magic tried to latch onto him and simply slid off, unable to find purchase on his transformed essence. He pulled a slip of parchment from his pocket. "Harry Potter, Hogwarts. I know what I'm doing," he said, though he wasn't sure who he was talking to. "I know the risks." The goblet's flames flickered. Something ancient stirred within it. Not the sleeper, something else. Something that recognized him. Harry dropped the parchment into the fire. The flames roared green, then gold, then settled back to blue. It was done. Halloween brought the selection. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, watching Dumbledore prepare the ceremony. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students filled their designated tables, their own champions to be nervous and excited. The goblet roared. A charred parchment shot into the air. "The champion for Durmstrang," Dumbledore announced, "is Victor Krum." Applause. The famous Quidditch player stood, looking grimly satisfied. Another roar. Another parchment. "The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour." A beautiful girl with silver blonde hair rose from the Beauxbatons table. Harry felt his allure reach toward her, recognized similar magic in her veins. Part Vila, probably. She met his eyes across the hall and nodded slightly, one magical creature acknowledging another. The goblet roared again. Harry tensed. "The champion for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory." The Hufflepuff table erupted. A tall, handsome boy stood, grinning, accepting congratulations from his housemates. Harry frowned. His name hadn't been called. Had the goblet rejected him? Had his transformation made him ineligible somehow? And then the goblet roared again. Dumbledore's expression flickered. He caught the 4th parchment, read it, and his face went pale. Harry Potter. The great hall went silent. Every head turned to stare at Harry. He stood slowly, walked toward the front of the hall, feeling the weight of 1,000 gazes. Dumbledore's eyes met his. Confusion, concern, and something else. Suspicion. Harry? The headmaster said quietly. Did you put your name in the goblet? Yes. Dumbledore blinked. The age line, didn't work on me. Nothing magical works on me normally anymore, Professor. I thought you'd realize that by now. Murmurs swept through the hall. Harry could hear the speculation. The boy who lived, cheating, not fair, monster. The goblet accepted his entry, Bartemius Crouch said, stepping forward from the judge's table. The contract is binding. He must compete. But he's underage. The goblet doesn't care about age. It accepted him as a champion. That's the only requirement that matters. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. Whatever he was thinking, he kept it hidden. Very well, he said finally. Harry Potter is the 4th Triwizard champion. The hall erupted into chaos. The aftermath was worse than Harry expected. Not from the students, they'd already been afraid of him, so this was just confirmation of what they suspected. The problem was the adults. Dumbledore cornered him after the feast, demanding explanations. Why had Harry entered? What was he planning? Had someone put him up to this? I entered because I knew someone else would try to, Harry said flatly. I'd rather compete on my own terms than be forced into it by Voldemort's servants. You have no evidence that anyone. I don't need evidence. I know how my enemies think. They want me dead, and the tournament is a perfect opportunity. So I decided to take control of the situation. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. Harry, you're 13 years old. Whatever changes you've undergone, you're still a child. You shouldn't be fighting in tournaments designed for adults. I stopped being a child when I killed the Basilisk. Maybe before. Harry met the old man's eyes. You've been using me as a weapon against Voldemort since I was a baby, Professor. Don't pretend you have moral objections to putting children in danger now. Dumbledore flinched. For once, he had nothing to say. Harry left him standing in the empty Great Hall, wondering if the weapon he'd forged was still under his control. The first task was dragons. Harry found out from Hagrid, who couldn't resist showing off the magnificent creatures being kept in the Forbidden Forest. For dragons, for nests, for golden eggs. Each champion would face one, retrieve the egg, and try not to get burned to death. What kind of dragon do you think I'll get? Harry asked. Dunno. They're drawing lots, I think. Hagrid's expression was worried. Harry, you should know, one of them dragons is a Hungarian horntail. Most dangerous dragon there is. If you get that one, I'll manage. How can you be so calm about this? Harry thought about the sleeper, about the coming war, about everything he'd faced since the transformation. A dragon seemed almost manageable by comparison. I've fought worse, he said. The drawing was rigged, of course. Harry drew the horntail. The day of the task dawned cold and gray. Harry stood in the champion's tent, listening to the crowd roar outside. Cedric was pale. Fleur was composed. Crumb looked like he wanted to murder something. All of them were avoiding eye contact with Harry. Potter. Fleur's voice was soft, musical. I wanted to tell you. I can feel what you are. The Vila in my blood recognizes the serpent in yours. Does that bother you? No. It makes me curious. Her eyes were piercing. What I don't understand is why you entered. You could have avoided this entire spectacle. Sometimes you have to face things head-on. Running just makes them stronger. Fleur considered this. My grandmother told me something similar once. She said the ocean doesn't care if you're afraid. It will drown you either way. Better to swim than to freeze. Smart woman. She was. She died fighting dark wizards during Grindelwald's war. Fleur's smile was fierce. I hope to honor her memory today. The cannon sounded. Cedric's name was called. Harry listened to the crowd reactions. Gasps, cheers, screams, and tracked the progress of the task through vibrations in the ground. His enhanced senses told him everything. Cedric transfiguring something, the dragon roaring, flames scorching earth. Finally a burst of applause. Fleur went next. Her approach was different, some kind of enchantment that put the dragon to sleep. It almost worked, until the dragon snored fire and set her robes ablaze. Crumb was brutal. He hit the dragon with some kind of curse that affected its eyes, then sprinted for the egg while it thrashed blindly. Then it was Harry's turn. The horntail was magnificent. 50 feet of black scales and razor spines, yellow eyes burning with hatred, flames hot enough to melt steel. It crouched over its nest, protecting its eggs from this tiny human intruder. Harry walked into the arena and the crowd went silent. He didn't reach for his wand, didn't try to run or hide or attack. He just walked toward the dragon, moving slowly, keeping his eyes on its face. The horntail growled. Flames flickered between its teeth. Harry spoke in Parseltongue. "I'm not here for your children. I only want the gold one, the one that doesn't belong to you. Let me take it and I'll leave." The dragon blinked. It understood him, not perfectly, but enough. Serpent speech was older than the division between snakes and dragons, older than the separation of magical creatures into species. "You smell wrong," the dragon said, her voice like grinding boulders. "Wrong and old and hungry. I've been changed, made into something different." "Made into what?" "I don't know yet. I'm still figuring it out." The horntail studied him for a long moment. Then slowly she moved aside. Harry walked to the nest. The golden egg gleamed among the real eggs, obvious and out of place. He picked it up, tucked it under his arm, and turned to leave. "Thank you," the dragon said, "for asking." Harry nodded and walked out of the arena. The crowd was utterly silent. Then someone started clapping, slowly, hesitantly, and others joined in. Not the wild applause the other champions had received. More like acknowledgement, recognition that they'd witnessed something unprecedented. Bagman's voice boomed over the noise. "Well, that was certainly unusual. Potter completes the task in, let me check, 3 minutes, 42 seconds. A new record." Harry didn't care about records. He cared about the look on Dumbledore's face, wonder and fear in equal measure, and the calculating gleam in Barty Crouch's eyes. Someone had rigged the drawing to give him the most dangerous dragon. They'd wanted him dead. He was going to find out who. The investigation led him to an unexpected place. 3 days after the first task, Harry was researching in the Hogwarts library when a house elf appeared beside him. "Mr. Harry Potter, sir." The elf was wringing its hands, clearly distressed. "Dobby has information. Important information." "Dobby?" Harry recognized the elf from the Malfoy's household. "What are you doing here?" "Dobby is free now, sir. Professor Dumbledore is hiring Dobby to work in Hogwarts kitchens." The elf leaned closer. "But Dobby is hearing things, sir. Dangerous things. There is a bad wizard in the castle. A very bad wizard pretending to be someone else." Harry's blood went cold. "What do you mean, pretending?" "Dobby is not supposed to know, but Dobby is hearing the bad wizard talking to himself. He is saying his master will be so pleased when Harry Potter is dead. He is saying the cup will take Harry Potter to his master." "The cup? You mean the goblet of fire?" "No, sir. A different cup. A cup that is a..." Dobby struggled with the word. "A portkey, sir. The bad wizard is making a portkey from the Triwizard Cup." Harry's mind raced. The Triwizard Cup was the prize at the end of the tournament. If someone had turned it into a portkey, who is the bad wizard? Dobby? Who's pretending to be someone else? Dobby is not knowing his real name, but he is looking like Professor Moody, the defense teacher. Moody's an imposter? Yes, sir. Dobby is certain. The real Professor Moody is kept in a trunk, sir. The bad wizard is using Polyjuice Potion. Harry sat back, processing this. Alastor Moody, legendary Auror, paranoid to the point of madness, one of Dumbledore's most trusted allies, was actually a Death Eater in disguise. "Dobby, can you show me where the trunk is? Where the real Moody is being kept?" The elf's ears flattened. "Dobby is scared, sir. The bad wizard is very powerful." "I know. But we need to stop him before someone gets hurt. Dobby hesitated. Then slowly he nodded. Dobby will show Harry Potter. For the great Harry Potter who freed Dobby from the bad Malfoys. They went that night. Harry moved through the castle in silence, the invisibility cloak wrapped around him, following Dobby's quiet guidance. The elf led him to Moody's office, where magical locks and alarm spells covered every surface. None of them worked on Harry. He stepped through the wards like they weren't there, his transformed nature rendering them ineffective. The office was cluttered with dark detectors and paranoia fuel, but Harry's attention went straight to the trunk in the corner. 7 locks. 7 compartments. The last one opened to reveal a deep pit, and at the bottom, Alastair Moody. The real one. Thin, weak, barely conscious, but alive. Potter. The man's voice was a croak. What, how? I know about the imposter. I'm going to get you out. Harry levitated Moody out of the trunk, settling him on the floor as gently as possible. The man was in bad shape. Months of imprisonment and regular harvesting for polyjuice ingredients had taken their toll. Who is it? Harry asked. Who's been impersonating you? Crouch. Barty Crouch Jr. Moody coughed, a wet, horrible sound. Should be dead. Escaped Azkaban somehow. His father, another cough. His father's been covering for him, using the Imperius curse. Barty Crouch Jr. Harry had heard the name, a Death Eater, one of the fanatics who'd tortured the Longbottoms. Supposedly dead in Azkaban years ago. He put your name in the goblet, Moody continued. Said his master wanted you in the tournament. Wanted you to win, touch the cup, and get portkey to Voldemort. You know, I figured it out. Harry helped Moody sit up. Can you walk? We need to get you to the hospital wing. Not yet. Crouch, he's got a plan for tonight. Something about the Yule Ball. Said it would be the perfect cover. The office door opened. Barty Crouch Jr. stood in the doorway, still wearing Moody's face. His magical eye spun wildly, taking in the scene, the open trunk, the escaped prisoner Harry Potter standing over them both. Well, he said, and his voice was different now. Younger, colder. This is inconvenient. His wand came up. Harry moved. The fight lasted 12 seconds. Harry's speed was inhuman. His reflexes were beyond anything Crouch had prepared for. The Death Eater got off 2 spells, both deflected, before Harry's hand closed around his throat and slammed him into the wall. You're going to tell me everything, Harry said, and his voice carried the serpent echo that made people flinch. Every detail of Voldemort's plan, every Death Eater still loyal to him. Everything. Crouch laughed. His polyjuice was wearing off, his face shifting and blurring. You think I'm afraid of you, boy? I've served the Dark Lord since I was younger than you. I've endured Azkaban, years of my father's control, everything. All to bring him back. Bring him back how? An old ritual. Blood of the enemy. The cup would have taken you to him, and your blood would have. Crouch's eyes went wide. Your blood. He wants your blood specifically. What are you? Harry's grip tightened. Something your master should be afraid of. The Dark Lord fears nothing. He is immortal, eternal, beyond your pathetic. He's a man who cut his soul into pieces because he was too scared to die. And I've already destroyed 2 of those pieces. Harry smiled, and it wasn't a pleasant expression. When I'm done, I'll destroy the rest. Crouch's laughter died. For the first time, real fear flickered in his eyes. You're mad. You're completely mad. Maybe, but I'm also winning. Harry knocked him unconscious and summoned the Aurors. The aftermath was chaos. Crouch's capture revealed the scope of the conspiracy, Voldemort's plan to return, the infiltration of Hogwarts, the complicity of Ministry officials. Barty Crouch Sr. was arrested for harboring a fugitive. Fudge tried to cover up the whole thing and was promptly removed from office by a vote of no confidence. Amelia Bones became the new Minister of Magic. You've done the wizarding world a great service, she told Harry in her first week in office. Again, I did what needed to be done. You exposed a conspiracy that reached to the highest levels of government. You captured a Death Eater who'd been operating under everyone's noses for months. You probably prevented the resurrection of the most dangerous dark wizard in history. Bones's expression was complicated. And you're 14 years old. 13, technically. My birthday isn't until July. That makes it worse. She studied him for a long moment. What are you, Mr. Potter? Really? I'm still figuring that out. Figure it out faster. Because whatever you're becoming, the wizarding world is going to need it. The tournament continued. The second task was the lake. Champions had to rescue hostages from the merpeople. Harry walked into the water without hesitation, stayed under for an hour without surfacing, and emerged carrying Ron's unconscious form. The merpeople had watched him pass through their territory with something like reverence. They recognized the serpent blood in his veins, the connection to creatures older than their species. The third task was the maze. Harry navigated it easily. His enhanced senses told him where the traps were, where the creatures lurked, where the false paths led. He reached the center in 20 minutes, far ahead of the other champions. The Triwizard Cup gleamed on its pedestal. Harry approached it carefully. Dobby's warning echoed in his mind, the portkey that would have taken him to Voldemort. Crouch was in custody, the plan exposed, but he didn't trust that all the sabotage had been removed. He cast every detection spell he knew. The cup was clean now. Someone had removed the portkey enchantment. Harry reached out and touched it. Nothing happened. He lifted the cup over his head, and the crowd roared. The victory celebration was overwhelming. Harry endured the handshakes, the congratulations, the reporters shouting questions. He accepted the 1,000 galleon prize and immediately donated it to St. Mungo's. He posed for photographs and gave bland answers to interview questions. And through it all, he felt the sleeper watching. "Well done," the voice whispered. "You've proven your worth to the surface world. But the real test is still coming." Harry knew. The tournament had been a distraction, important, dangerous, but ultimately peripheral to what really mattered. The sleeper was waking. The Covenant was watching. Voldemort was still out there somewhere, denied his resurrection but not defeated. And Harry was running out of time. The Covenant made their move 3 days after the tournament ended. Harry was walking through Hogsmeade when he felt them. Dozens of magical signatures surrounding the village, blocking the exits. The air crackled with dark magic. Marcus Blackwood appeared before him, no longer bothering with subtlety. "The blood of the Great Ones has proven himself," Marcus said. "The Covenant is pleased. It's time for you to take your rightful place. I've already told you. I'm not interested in being your God King. We're not asking anymore." Marcus's smile was cold. "The sleeper's awakening is accelerating. The old wards are failing faster than expected. If you don't bond with it soon, it will rise uncontrolled, and then everyone dies." "How soon?" "Weeks, maybe days." Marcus gestured, and robed figures emerged from the surrounding buildings. "The Covenant has prepared for this moment for millennia. We have rituals that can ease the bonding, make it less dangerous for you. But you have to come with us. Now." Harry looked at the figures surrounding him. Dozens of them, all carrying the weight of ancient magic, all watching him with a mix of reverence and determination. "And if I refuse? Then we take you by force." Marcus's expression was regretful. "We don't want to hurt you. You're sacred to us, the fulfillment of prophecy. But the survival of everything we've built depends on you bonding with the sleeper before it's too late." Harry felt his transformation pulse. The predator inside him was rising, eager for violence, ready to tear through these fools who dared threaten him. He pushed it down. "Let's say I believe you about the timeline. Let's say the sleeper is going to wake whether I like it or not." Harry kept his voice calm. "Why should I trust that your rituals are safe? Why should I believe you won't use them to control me? Because control is impossible." Marcus stepped closer, his voice dropping. "We learned that lesson centuries ago, when we tried to create our own vessel for serpent power. It destroyed itself and half of our order with it. The blood of the Great Ones cannot be controlled. It can only be guided. And you want to be the ones doing the guiding. We want to survive. We want the world to survive. Marcus's mask slipped, showing genuine desperation underneath. You have no idea what the sleeper is capable of. Fully awakened and unbound, it will devour everything. Wizards, muggles, magical creatures, the earth itself. The only thing that can stop it is a bond with someone carrying the progenitor's blood. Someone like you. Harry thought about Daphne. About the offer the sleeper had made her. Companionship in exchange for curing her family's curse. Was it really so different from what the Covenant was describing? I need time, he said. Time to verify your claims. To prepare myself. To make sure I'm not walking into a trap. Time is the one thing we don't have. Then make time. Harry let some of the predator show in his eyes. I've destroyed 2 of Voldemort's Horcruxes. I've killed a Basilisk. I've driven off Dementors with a thought. Whatever you think you're going to do to force me, I promise it won't work. Marcus stared at him for a long moment. Then slowly he nodded. 3 days. We'll give you 3 days to prepare. After that, he didn't need to finish the threat. The robed figures melted back into the shadows. Within moments, Harry was alone in the Hogsmeade Street. 3 days to find an alternative to bonding with an ancient entity. 3 days to save Daphne from her bargain. 3 days to prepare for whatever came next. He started walking back toward the castle. He had work to do. The research was frantic. Harry, Daphne, Hermione, and Sirius worked through the nights, poring over every text that might contain answers. Slytherin's journal, the Covenant's histories, the books from the Potter Vault, ancient tomes from the Black Library that hadn't been opened in centuries. There's a pattern, Hermione said on the second night, her eyes red-rimmed with exhaustion. Every account of bonding with primordial entities mentions the same thing. The entity's corruption isn't natural. It's a result of isolation. We know that already, Daphne said tiredly. The sleeper got lonely and turned evil. Very tragic. No, you're missing the point. Hermione spread papers across the table. The corruption isn't just emotional. It's magical. When magical beings are isolated for long enough, their power turns inward, begins consuming itself. The sleeper isn't hungry because it wants to eat things. It's hungry because its own magic is devouring it from the inside. Harry leaned forward. So the cure isn't companionship. It's giving it something else to do with all that power. Purpose. A connection to something outside itself that can help it channel the magic constructively. A bond. Yes, but not the kind the Covenant is proposing. Hermione's eyes were bright despite her exhaustion. They want you to serve as a container, to absorb the sleeper's excess power and keep it stable. But there's another way. A partnership instead of a hierarchy. Explain. Look at this. She pulled out one of the oldest texts, pointing to a diagram. This is a description of how the original serpents worked together. They weren't masters and servants. They were equals, sharing power back and forth in a constantly flowing cycle. When one had too much, the others took the excess. When one had too little, the others provided. A network, Sirius said slowly. A support system. Exactly. The sleeper isn't supposed to be alone. It's supposed to be part of a larger whole. The corruption isn't because it's evil. It's because it's been cut off from everything it needs to stay healthy. Daphne was frowning. So the solution is... what? Find other primordial serpents to reconnect it with. There aren't any others. They all faded or died millennia ago. Harry's voice was flat. The sleeper is the last one. That we know of. Hermione pulled out another book. But there might be another option. The great serpent that spoke to Harry in the void, the progenitor, is still out there somewhere. If we could establish a connection between the sleeper and its parent. The progenitor spoke to me once. I don't know how to reach it again. But you have these. Hermione pointed to Harry's pocket, where the Deathly Hallows rested. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Cloak of Invisibility. According to legend, they were created by death itself. But I've been researching their actual origins, and I think they're much older than that. I think they're pieces of something the great serpents left behind. Harry stared at her. You think the Hallows can connect me to the progenitor? I think they're pieces of the progenitor, or at least created from its essence. When you united them, you completed a circuit that's been broken for thousands of years. Harry pulled out the stone, turning it over in his hands. He'd never tried to use it. The power it represented had seemed too dangerous, too tempting. If I use this, you might be able to speak with the progenitor directly. Ask it how to help the sleeper. Find out if there's a way to heal the corruption without turning yourself into a vessel. Harry looked around the table. Sirius was worried. Daphne was calculating. Hermione was hopeful. They were all counting on him to make the right choice. He turned the stone 3 times. The void returned. Harry stood in formless darkness, but this time he wasn't alone. The great serpent coiled around him, its impossible form somehow both vast and intimate. Blood of my blood. You have questions. I have a lot of questions, but one matters more than the others. Harry faced the ancient presence without flinching. How do I save the sleeper without losing myself? The progenitor's amusement filled the void. You've begun to understand. I understand that the Covenant's plan will turn me into a container. I understand that the sleeper needs connection, not control. What I don't understand is how to provide that connection without being consumed. The answer is simpler than you think. The great serpent shifted, bringing its massive head close to Harry's face. You are already connected to me. Through the transformation, through the Hallows, through the blood we share. If you bond with the sleeper, it bonds with me as well. A network, like Hermione described. Your friend is clever. Yes, a network. A family, if you prefer. The sleeper has been alone for too long. It needs to remember what it's part of. Will that be enough to heal the corruption? Nothing can fully heal what millennia of isolation have done. But it can stop the progression. Can give the sleeper something to care about besides its own hunger. The progenitor's presence pulsed with something almost tender. You are the bridge, blood of my blood. You were born for this. Not to be a vessel or a servant, but a connection. A reminder that none of us are truly alone. Harry felt tears burning in his eyes. He wasn't sure why. What about Daphne? The sleeper offered to cure her family's curse. The curse is covenant work, ancient and cruel. It was placed on the Greengrass line as punishment for betraying the old faith. The progenitor's voice darkened. If you bond with the sleeper, you will have the power to break it. No sacrifice required. You're saying I can save her. I'm saying you can save many things, if you're willing to accept what you are. The void began to fade. Harry felt himself being pulled back to reality. Remember, blood of my blood. The bond is a partnership, neither master nor servant. Equals, supporting each other through the long years ahead. Harry opened his eyes. He was back in the library, the stone cool in his palm. Sirius, Daphne, and Hermione were watching him anxiously. I know what to do, he said. The third day arrived too quickly. Harry stood before the entrance to the deep chamber, the place where the sleeper waited. The Covenant had gathered outside Hogwarts, held back by wards they couldn't break, waiting to see what would happen. Daphne stood beside him. You don't have to come, Harry said. Yes, I do. Her voice was steady. The sleeper offered me a choice. I want to see how this ends. They descended together. The vast space opened before them, unchanged from their last visit. The sleeper coiled around its mountain pillar, its ancient eyes still closed, but Harry could feel its awareness focused on him. Blood of my blood. The voice filled his mind, vast and hungry and desperate. You've come to decide. I've come to offer something different. Harry stepped forward, Daphne beside him. Not a bond of container and content. Partnership. A family. Explain. Harry reached into himself, finding the connections the progenitor had described. His link to the great serpent in the void. His tie to the transformation that had made him what he was. The power of the Hallows, ancient and primal. He opened them all. Power flowed through him. Not his power, but something far greater. The progenitor's presence filled the chamber, vast beyond comprehension, and Harry felt himself serving as a conduit, a bridge between the sleeping child and its distant parent. "You are not alone," the progenitor's voice echoed through the space. "You were never alone. I am still here. I am still with you." The sleeper stirred. Its eyes opened for the first time in 1,000 years, and they were filled with something Harry hadn't expected. Recognition, hope, joy. "Parent." The voice was different now, younger somehow, less corrupted. You found me. Through the blood of my blood. Through the boy who carries our essence. He bridges the gap between us." The sleeper's massive head turned toward Harry. Its eyes were still vast, still ancient, still carrying the weight of millennia of isolation. But the hunger was fading, replaced by something gentler. "Thank you," the sleeper said. I had forgotten what it felt like to be part of something." "You don't have to be alone anymore," Harry said. "None of us do." The bond formed. Not the consuming, controlling bond the Covenant had wanted, but something else, a connection, a partnership, a family reunited after ages of separation. Harry felt himself changing again. Not losing his humanity this time, but expanding beyond it. He was still Harry Potter, still the boy from Surrey, still the friend and godson and ally. But he was also something more now. A bridge. Connection. A reminder that even the oldest and most powerful beings needed each other. The sleeper's corruption didn't disappear, but it stabilized. The hunger was still there, but it had something to feed on now, the flow of power through the network, the presence of family it had forgotten existed. And in the moment of bonding, Harry felt the greengrass curse. An ancient chain, wrapped around an innocent bloodline, poisoning them for sins committed centuries ago. The Covenant's punishment for betrayal. Harry reached for it and pulled. The curse shattered. Daphne gasped, her hand flying to her chest. The cold presence that had always been there, the awareness of her own mortality, the weight of generations of suffering gone. "You broke it," she whispered. "You actually broke it. I told you I would." She looked at him, really looked, and for the first time since he'd known her, Daphne Greengrass cried. They emerged from the depths to chaos. The Covenant had breached the outer wards, flooding toward the castle with weapons and magic and fanatical determination. They'd felt the bond form, knew their prophecies were being fulfilled, and had come to claim their God King. Harry stepped out of the castle entrance and faced them. "The sleeper has bonded with me," he announced, his voice carrying across the grounds. "The corruption is stabilizing. The awakening will be controlled." Marcus Blackwood pushed to the front of the crowd. "Then you've fulfilled the prophecy. The blood of the Great Ones has taken his rightful place. Let us, guide us, become what you were meant to be." "No," Marcus blinked. "No, the bond isn't what you wanted. I'm not a vessel. I'm a bridge. Connection. The sleeper doesn't need worshippers or a cult or a god king. It needs family. And your covenant." Harry's voice hardened. "Your covenant has spent millennia preparing for something that was never going to happen the way you imagined. You've manipulated bloodlines, sacrificed innocence, cursed families who disagreed with you. We did what was necessary. You did what was cruel. And now it's over." Harry let the power show, the connection to entities vast beyond imagination. "The Covenant's purpose is fulfilled. Your prophecy is complete. Disband. Go home. And live your lives like normal people. We can't just. You can. Or I can make you." Harry's eyes glowed with borrowed power. "Your choice." The Covenant looked at him, looked at the power radiating from his skin, the ancient presence backing his words, the absolute certainty in his voice. One by one they knelt, but Marcus remained standing, his expression twisted with something between rage and despair. "Thousands of years," he said. "Thousands of years of preparation, of sacrifice, of waiting. And you're just dismissing us? Like we don't matter. You matter. Your dedication matters. But the thing you were dedicated to was a lie. The sleeper never wanted a cult. It wanted a family. And you can't provide that through worship and ritual and blood sacrifice." Harry's voice softened slightly. Go home, Marcus. Find something else to believe in. Something that doesn't require you to hurt people. Marcus stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he knelt with the others. The covenant was over. The rest of the school year passed in a blur. Harry's bond with the sleeper required attention, regular connection, conversation, sharing of power. He spent hours each week in the deep chamber, talking to an ancient being that was slowly remembering what it had been before the corruption. The transformation continued, but differently now. Harry wasn't losing his humanity, he was gaining perspective. The vast timescales the serpents operated on, the patient rhythms of magical ecology, the deep connections between all living things. He was still Harry, but a Harry who understood things he couldn't have comprehended before. Daphne flourished without her curse. She laughed more, touched people without flinching, began planning a future she'd never expected to have. Her family's gratitude was overwhelming. Cyrus Greengrass offered Harry everything from political alliance to betrothal contracts. Harry declined the contracts, but he didn't decline Daphne herself. Their relationship developed slowly, naturally, without the pressure of curses or bargains. She was still immune to his allure, still the one person who could tell him the truth without being compromised. And she was also warm, funny, passionate about things he'd never considered, curious about the person he was becoming. "I think I love you," she told him one evening, sitting together in the room of requirement. "Not because of what you are, because of who you are." "I think I love you too," Harry replied. "And I'm pretty sure it's not just the serpent instincts talking." She laughed and kissed him, and it felt like the most normal thing in the world. Summer arrived. Harry spent it at Grimmauld Place with Sirius, planning for the future. Voldemort was still out there, still threatening. The Horcruxes needed to be found and destroyed. The wizarding world needed leadership that didn't cower from dark wizards. But for now, in this moment, Harry allowed himself to feel hope. He'd bonded with an ancient entity without losing himself. He'd saved Daphne from her curse. He'd disbanded a cult that had been manipulating events for millennia. He'd exposed a conspiracy, won a tournament, and started to understand what he was becoming. The sleeper slumbered beneath Hogwarts, dreaming of its family. The progenitor watched from its infinite distance, proud of the bridge it had helped create. And Harry Potter, the blood of the Great Ones, looked toward the future with something he hadn't felt since before the transformation. Certainty. He knew who he was now. He knew what he was becoming. And he knew that whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. The serpent's chosen had found his purpose. Now it was time to use it. Chapter 5. Trials of the Immortal. Voldemort's resurrection happened anyway. Harry felt it like a knife through his skull. The severed connection suddenly flaring back to life, dark magic flooding through channels that should have been closed forever. He dropped his breakfast fork, grabbed the edge of the Grimmauld Place dining table, and screamed, "Harry!" Sirius was beside him instantly. "What's happening?" "He's back." Harry's voice came out strangled. "Wrong. Voldemort. He found another way." The bond with the sleeper pulsed with alarm. The ancient entity could feel it too. Something fundamentally wrong had entered the world. Something that shouldn't exist. Blood magic. The sleeper's voice echoed in Harry's mind. Old blood magic. Someone has given him flesh again. Harry forced himself to focus through the pain. The connection to Voldemort was still there, damaged but functional, and through it he could sense satisfaction, triumph, cold, terrible joy, and underneath all of that, fear. Voldemort was afraid. He'd felt Harry's transformation, felt the bond with the sleeper, and he was terrified of what his enemy had become. "Good. We need to move," Harry said, pushing himself upright. "Gather everyone. The war just started." The Order of the Phoenix reconvened within hours. Dumbledore had summoned them to Hogwarts. The castle's wards were the strongest in Britain, and the sleeper's presence added layers of protection that even the Dark Lord would struggle to breach. Harry sat at the long table in the room of requirement, surrounded by faces he'd come to know over the past year. Sirius, still scarred but stronger than he'd been. Lupin, his lycanthropy somehow stabilized by proximity to Harry's serpent magic. The Weasleys, all of them, including a Charlie who'd come from Romania and a Bill who'd abandoned his Gringotts posting. Hermione, her face set with determination. Daphne, cool and calculating as ever. And Dumbledore, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. Voldemort has returned, the headmaster confirmed. We don't know the specifics yet, but our sources indicate he used an alternative ritual, one that didn't require Harry's blood specifically. The result is unstable but functional. Unstable how? Sirius asked. His new body is degrading, slowly but noticeably. He'll need to find a way to stabilize it, or he'll lose physical form again within a year. Then we have a deadline. Harry's voice was flat. He's going to be desperate. Desperate people do dangerous things. Indeed, which is why I've called this meeting. Dumbledore looked around the table. We need to locate and destroy his remaining Horcruxes before he can secure his position. Our intelligence suggests there are 4 remaining. The cup of Helga Hufflepuff, the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, the ring of the Gaunt family, and his snake, Nagini. 5, Harry corrected. There's one more. I was a Horcrux once. The piece was destroyed during my transformation. But before it died, I felt its connection to the others. There's a 5th object. Something in Gringotts. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. You're certain? The fragment in my head spent 11 years connected to Voldemort's soul network. I know what I felt. Then we have 5 targets. Dumbledore spread a map across the table. The ring is in the Gaunt Shack, which I've located. The cup is in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts, along with whatever the 5th object is. The diadem's location is unknown, and Nagini is with Voldemort himself. So we need to infiltrate Gringotts, storm a dark wizard's hideout, and somehow find an object that's been lost for centuries. Ron's voice was incredulous. Is that all? The diadem is here, Harry said quietly. In Hogwarts. I can feel it. Everyone turned to stare at him. Feel it how? Hermione asked. The sleeper's senses extend throughout the castle. There's something wrong in the room of requirement. A dark presence hidden among the lost things. It matches what the Horcrux fragment felt like before it was destroyed. Dumbledore leaned forward. You can sense Horcruxes? I can sense wrongness. Soul magic that shouldn't exist. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. It's useful, but it comes with a cost. Every time I reach out to feel them, Voldemort knows I'm looking. Then we need to move quickly, before he can hide them better. Agreed. Harry stood. I'll take the diadem tonight. Who's coming to Gringotts? The room of requirement was different when you knew what to look for. Harry walked through the mountains of forgotten possessions. His senses extended, following the thread of wrongness deeper into the maze. Daphne walked beside him, her presence grounding him when the dark magic pushed too hard against his mind. It's stronger than I expected, she said quietly. I can feel it even without your senses. Horcruxes corrupt everything around them. This one's been here for decades, radiating evil into the castle. Harry's jaw tightened. No wonder Hogwarts always felt slightly off. The diadem was beautiful in a terrible way. It sat on a bust of a nameless wizard, silver and sapphires gleaming with cold light. The inscription, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure," seemed to mock them. Don't touch it, Harry warned. Soul fragments can be seductive. They get into your head, make you think things that aren't true. Then how do we destroy it? Harry drew the bone wand, the Elder Wand, from his robes. Fiendfire. It's one of the few things that can destroy a Horcrux. You know how to cast Fiendfire? The sleeper taught me. Ancient serpent magic, controlled through our bond. Harry raised the wand. Stand back. The fire that erupted wasn't normal flame. It was alive, hungry, shaped like serpents that twisted and coiled through the air. Harry directed it toward the diadem with careful precision, containing its spread, preventing it from consuming everything in the room. The Horcrux screamed. A face appeared in the flames. Tom Riddle, young and handsome and terrified, and then dissolved into ash. The dark presence that had poisoned this place for decades winked out of existence. Harry extinguished the fiend fire. The diadem's remains lay on the floor, blackened and twisted. Nothing but mundane metal now. "One down," Daphne said. "4 to go." Gringotts was a nightmare. Bill Weasley led the infiltration team, Harry, Hermione, and a reluctant Griphook who'd agreed to help in exchange for the Sword of Gryffindor. They entered through the employee tunnels, bypassed the security checkpoints with a combination of Polyjuice Potion and bribery, and made it all the way to the Lestrange vault before things went wrong. The dragon was the first problem. It guarded the oldest vaults, half-blind and wholly vicious, trained to expect pain from anything that approached. Harry felt its presence before he saw it. Ancient, suffering, driven mad by centuries of abuse. "I've got this," he said, stepping forward. The dragon's head swung toward him. Its nostrils flared. Its ruined eyes tried to focus on this new threat. Harry spoke in the old serpent tongue, the language that predated species divisions. "I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to free you." The dragon went still. Its massive body, coiled in chains, trembled with something that might have been hope. "Free." The word was more feeling than sound. "There is no free. There is only pain and darkness and waiting. Not anymore. I'm going to break your chains. But I need you to trust me first." The dragon considered him for a long moment. Then slowly it lowered its head. Harry reached out with the sleeper's power. The chains, enchanted, supposedly unbreakable, shattered like glass. The dragon roared, stretching wings that hadn't spread in decades, and launched itself toward the ceiling. "What are you doing?" Griphook shrieked. "You'll bring the whole bank down on us." "The dragon will be fine. It knows where the exits are." Harry kept walking toward the Lestrange vault. "We need to hurry. The goblins will have felt that." The vault door responded to Bill's curse-breaking. Inside was a mountain of treasure, gold, jewels, artifacts piled high enough to fill a dozen houses. And among them, 2 objects that radiated wrongness. The cup was obvious, Hufflepuff symbol, gleaming with dark magic. But the 5th Horcrux took Harry a moment to identify. "The locket," he breathed. "Slytherin's locket. It should have been in Grimmauld Place. Regulus." Hermione's voice was tight. "He stole it. He was trying to destroy it before he died." Harry grabbed both objects, ignoring the burning sensation as the Horcruxes tried to defend themselves. His transformed body was resistant to their corruption, but holding them still felt like clutching hot coals. "We need to go. Now." They ran. The alarms were already sounding, goblins flooding the corridors, security curses activating around them. Bill fell back to fight a rearguard action. Griphook disappeared into a side tunnel, clutching the sword he'd been promised. Harry blasted through a wall and they emerged into daylight, the London street above Gringotts suddenly materializing around them. The dragon was circling overhead, still roaring its freedom. "Apparate!" Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. Before they locked down the area, they vanished, reappearing in the Hogwarts entrance hall. The wards accepted them instantly, recognizing Harry's connection to the sleeper. 2 more Horcruxes down. 2 to go. The ring was in the Gaunt Shack, exactly where Dumbledore said it would be. But so was Voldemort. Harry felt his presence the moment he apparat to the village. The Dark Lord's magic saturated the area, dark and cold and painfully familiar. He was waiting, expecting. "He knew we'd come," Sirius muttered. "It's a trap. Obviously." Harry kept walking. "But we still need the ring." The shack was surrounded by Death Eaters. A dozen of them, maybe more, watching the approaches with wands drawn. In the doorway, a figure in black robes stood motionless. Voldemort looked wrong. His resurrection body was degrading, just as Dumbledore had predicted. The pale skin was mottled now, patches of gray and black spreading like disease. His movements were stiff, unnatural, like a puppet with tangled strings. But his eyes were the same, red and cold and filled with ancient hatred. "Harry Potter." The voice was rasping, damaged. "You've come for my Horcrux. I've come to end this." Harry stepped forward, leaving Sirius and the others behind. "You know what I've become. You know you can't beat me." "Can't I?" Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into something like a smile. I've spent months studying what you are, Potter. The transformation, the bond with the sleeper, the connection to the ancient ones. Fascinating work. Do you know what I discovered? Enlighten me. You're not invincible. Your body can be killed, it just won't stay dead. Your mind can be broken, even if your soul survives. And your precious bonds. Voldemort raised his wand. They can be severed. Dark magic erupted from the Elder Wand's brother. A spell Harry had never seen before, black and writhing and aimed directly at the connection between Harry and the sleeper. The bond screamed. Harry felt it like a physical blow. The sleeper's presence suddenly muted, distant, struggling against something that was trying to cut it off from him entirely. The power he'd grown used to, the support that had sustained him through everything, suddenly wavering. You see, Voldemort's voice was triumphant. I've learned to target the connection itself. Your ancient allies can't help you if they can't reach you. Harry fell to his knees. The world was spinning, his senses dulled, his strength draining. Without the bond, he was just a boy transformed, yes, but not the bridge he'd become. Not the connection that gave him power. Harry! Sirius's voice, distant and desperate. Spells flying overhead. The Order engaging the Death Eaters. And in Harry's mind, the sleeper's voice, faint but determined. I cannot reach you. The Dark One's magic blocks me. But you are still my family. You are still the bridge. Reach for me, blood of my blood. Reach harder. Harry closed his eyes. He could feel the severing spell, could feel it cutting the connection he'd built. But cutting wasn't destroying. The bond was still there, just blocked, just suppressed. He reached, not with magic, not with power, with something simpler, something more fundamental. Love. He thought about the sleeper's loneliness, the millennia of isolation, the corruption born of despair, the desperate hope when it felt its family again. He thought about what it meant to be connected, to be part of something larger, to know that you weren't alone. The bond blazed back to life. Voldemort's spell shattered. The connection surged stronger than ever, the sleeper's presence flooding through Harry with renewed intensity. He rose to his feet, power crackling around him, and saw genuine fear in the Dark Lord's eyes. You can't sever family, Harry said. You never had one, so you don't understand. But love isn't just a connection. It's the connection, the foundation of everything the Ancient Ones built. He raised his hand, and the sleeper's power flowed through him. Not destructive, not violent, just present, overwhelming. The weight of an entity older than civilization, focused through a bridge that had been forged for exactly this purpose. Voldemort screamed and fled. His Death Eaters followed, operating away in panic. Within seconds, Harry stood alone in front of the gaunt shack, the ring gleaming darkly from within. He walked inside and picked it up. The Horcrux tried to corrupt him, showed him visions of power, of dominion, of everything he could have if he just accepted the soul fragment's gifts. Harry smiled and crushed it with fiendfire. 3 down. The war accelerated after that. Voldemort abandoned subtlety. His Death Eaters attacked openly, raiding ministry facilities, kidnapping officials, striking at anyone who opposed them. The wizarding world descended into chaos. But the Order was ready. Harry had spent months building alliances, gathering intelligence, preparing for exactly this scenario. The Greengrass family's political connections opened doors that had been closed to Dumbledore. Sirius's knowledge of pureblood society revealed hidden loyalties and secret enemies. The sleeper's senses tracked Death Eater movements across Britain. They struck back, hard. Every safe house Voldemort established was found and destroyed. Every recruitment drive was infiltrated and sabotaged. Every attack was met with overwhelming resistance. And through it all, Harry grew stronger. The bond with the sleeper deepened. His transformation continued, but he'd learned to direct it now, to choose which aspects he developed and which he suppressed. He was still human. He could still laugh with Ron and debate with Hermione and love Daphne with all his heart. But he was also something more. A bridge between worlds. A connection across ages. You've become what I always hoped you could be, Dumbledore said one evening, watching Harry coordinate defense efforts from the room of requirement. Not a weapon, as I once feared. A leader. I'm not leading. I'm connecting. There's a difference. Perhaps. But the result is the same. People follow you, Harry. They believe in you. That's a form of leadership, whether you want it or not. Harry looked at the old man. Dumbledore was weaker than he'd been. The stress of war, the weight of years, the guilt of past mistakes. But his eyes were still kind. I know about the prophecy, Harry said. The real one, not the partial version you let slip to Snape. I know I'm supposed to kill Voldemort or die trying. Dumbledore's expression flickered. How? The sleeper has been around since before prophecy was invented. It recognizes the patterns, the weight of fate. Harry's voice was calm. I also know that prophecies don't have to be fulfilled the way they're written. They're not destiny, they're probability. Strong probability, but not certainty. You think you can avoid it? I think I can change the terms. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. The prophecy says neither can live while the other survives. It doesn't say one of us has to die. It says we can't coexist. And I think I know a way to make Voldemort stop existing without killing him. Explain. His soul is fragmented, broken. 5 pieces now, the snake and whatever's left in his body. If we can destroy all his Horcruxes and then sever his connection to his remaining soul, he would become a shade again, less than alive, unable to act in the physical world. Exactly. Not dead, but not existing either. The prophecy would be satisfied without either of us dying. Harry's smile was grim. In theory, anyway. And if your theory is wrong? Then I kill him the old-fashioned way. But I'd rather try mercy first. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then slowly he nodded. You're a better man than I was at your age. Than I am now, perhaps. His voice was thick with emotion. Your parents would be proud. I hope so. I hope they'd understand why I'm doing this. They would. I knew them, Harry. They believed in second chances. In redemption. In the power of love to transform even the darkest hearts. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Whatever happens next, know that I'm proud to have known you. Harry didn't know what to say, so he just nodded, and they went back to planning the final battle. The snake was the hard part. Nagini never left Voldemort's side. She was his last anchor to immortality, his final Horcrux, and he protected her with fanatical intensity. Every attempt to get close had failed, until Severus Snape walked into Order headquarters and offered his services. I have been the Dark Lord's spy since his resurrection, Snape said, his voice cold and precise. I have also been Dumbledore's spy for even longer. It's time to choose a side definitively. Harry studied the man who'd tormented him for years. The greasy hair, the hooked nose, the bitter expression that never seemed to change. Why now? Because the Dark Lord has ordered me to bring you to him. He believes I can get close to you, lower your defenses, deliver you for his amusement. Snape's lips twisted. He underestimates how much I despise him, and how much you despised my father. Your father was an arrogant bully. But your mother. Something flickered in Snape's eyes, pain old and deep. Your mother was the only person who ever showed me kindness. I've spent my entire adult life trying to honor her memory. If bringing down the Dark Lord is what that requires, then I will do it gladly. Harry believed him, not because Snape was trustworthy, he wasn't, but because the emotion was real. Whatever else the man had done, his love for Lily Potter was genuine. What's your plan? I tell the Dark Lord that I've succeeded, that you'll come to a specified location at a specified time, alone and vulnerable. He'll bring Nagini, he always does for moments of triumph. And then, Snape's voice hardened. You do what you need to do. You'll be exposed. He'll know you betrayed him. I'm aware. I've made my peace with the consequences. Snape's expression was unreadable. I've been living a lie for 15 years, Potter. It will be a relief to stop. The trap was set. Harry went to the specified location, an abandoned manor in the countryside with Snape beside him. The wards detected their arrival and sent alerts to Voldemort's network. Within minutes, the Dark Lord appeared. He looked worse than before. The degradation had accelerated, his body now more corpse than living flesh. Only his eyes still burned with that terrible vitality. Severus. Voldemort's voice was a rasp. You've done well. The Potter boy delivered as promised. My lord. Snape bowed his head. Nagini coiled around Voldemort's feet, her massive form gleaming in the moonlight. Harry could feel the Horcrux inside her, the fragment of soul that kept her master tethered to existence. You've been difficult to kill, Potter. Voldemort circled him slowly. But I've learned from my mistakes. No more elaborate plans. No more waiting. Tonight you die, and I become immortal once more. You're already dying. Harry kept his voice calm. Your body is falling apart. Even if you kill me, you've only got months left. Months is enough time to create new Horcruxes, new anchors. Once you're dead, I'll have all the time I need. I don't think so. Harry moved. The battle lasted 30 seconds. Harry had spent months preparing for this moment. Training with Sirius, with Lupin, with the Sleeper itself. Learning to channel ancient power through his transformed body, to move faster than human eyes could track, to strike with precision that made wand work obsolete. Voldemort was powerful. Voldemort was dangerous. But Voldemort was also arrogant, broken, and facing something he didn't understand. Harry's hand closed around Nagini's throat before Voldemort could react. The snake thrashed, her master screaming commands, but Harry's grip was inexorable. Destroy it. The Sleeper's voice echoed in his mind. End this. Fiendfire erupted from Harry's palm, flowing into Nagini, consuming the Horcrux within. The snake screamed, a horrible, almost human sound, and dissolved into ash. Voldemort staggered. Harry could feel it through their connection, the last anchor snapping, the soul becoming untethered. The Dark Lord was mortal now, truly mortal. You! Voldemort raised his wand, but his movements were sluggish, his magic scattered. This isn't over. I am Lord Voldemort. I conquered death itself. I will not be defeated by a child. You're not being defeated. Harry rose to his feet, facing the monster who'd killed his parents. You're being released. He reached out, not with violence, but with the Sleeper's power. The connection to entities that existed beyond physical form, beyond mortal constraints. And he pulled. Voldemort's soul came free from his body. Not destroyed, Harry could feel it, still intact, still clinging to existence. But no longer anchored, no longer able to affect the physical world. The degraded body collapsed, empty, abandoned. A shade hung in the air where the Dark Lord had stood, thin, wavering, barely visible. What have you done? The voice was a whisper, a memory of a voice. What have you done to me? I've given you what you always wanted. Immortality. You'll exist forever now, Tom. Just not in any way that matters. Harry's voice was almost gentle. Maybe in a few thousand years you'll learn something. Find peace. Understand why you were wrong. The shade screamed, a sound of pure rage and despair, and fled into the darkness. Harry watched it go. He could have destroyed it, could have ended Voldemort forever, erased him from existence. But that wasn't who he wanted to be. It's over, Snape said quietly. You actually did it. The war's over. Voldemort's gone. But there's still work to do. Death Eaters to catch, damage to repair, a world to rebuild. Always more work. Snape's expression was unreadable. What happens to me now? That's up to you. You've been living undercover for 15 years. Maybe it's time to figure out who you are without a war to fight. Snape was quiet for a long moment. Then, without another word, he apparat away. Harry stayed at the manor for a while, feeling the absence where Voldemort's presence had been. The connection between them was gone now, truly gone, severed by the Dark Lord's transformation into something that could no longer touch the mortal world. He was free. For the first time since he was a baby, Harry Potter was free of the shadow that had hung over his entire life. He didn't know how to feel about that. The celebrations were overwhelming. The wizarding world erupted in joy when news of Voldemort's defeat spread. Parties in every street, strangers hugging strangers. The Daily Prophet running special ions with headlines like, "The Boy Who Conquered," and "Dark Lord Defeated Forever." Harry avoided most of it. He attended the official ceremonies, the minister's reception, the Order's memorial service, the reconstruction planning meetings, but retreated to Grimmauld Place whenever possible. Daphne found him there, 3 days after the battle, sitting in the garden staring at nothing. "The ministry wants to give you an Order of Merlin, first class," she said, settling beside him. "Sirius says you're avoiding their owls." "I'm avoiding everything. I noticed." She took his hand, her touch grounding him. "Want to talk about it?" "I don't know what to feel." Harry's voice was hollow. "I've been fighting Voldemort my whole life. Every decision, every choice, every moment, it was all connected to him somehow. And now he's gone, and I don't know who I am without that fight. You're Harry Potter, the boy I fell in love with, the bridge between worlds, the person who saved my family and my life." Daphne squeezed his hand. "The war defined you for a while, but it doesn't have to define you forever. What do I do now?" "Whatever you want. You have power, influence, resources. You could go into politics, rebuild magical society, fix all the problems Voldemort's wars exposed. Or you could walk away, travel the world, explore the ancient places, learn everything there is to learn about what you've become." She smiled. "Or you could stay here with me, and we could figure it out together." Harry looked at her, the girl who'd approached him with a business proposition in the Hogwarts library, the woman who'd stood beside him through everything that followed. "Together sounds good. I thought you might say that." She leaned against his shoulder. "Take your time grieving the end of the war, Harry. You've earned it. But when you're ready, I'll be here." They sat in the garden until sunset, not talking, not planning, just existing together. It was the most peaceful moment Harry had experienced in years. He knew it couldn't last. There were still Death Eaters to catch, a magical world to rebuild, and ancient entities that needed attention. The sleeper required regular connection to maintain its stability. The Covenant's remnants were regrouping, uncertain what to do now that their prophecy had been fulfilled in unexpected ways. But for now, in this moment, Harry let himself rest. The war was over. The future could wait. 6 months passed. Harry threw himself into the work of rebuilding. Not as a leader, he resisted that role despite everyone's expectations, but as a connector. He used his alliances to bring factions together, his influence to secure resources, his bond with the sleeper to ensure Hogwarts remained safe during the reconstruction. The magical world changed. Slowly, sometimes painfully, but unmistakably. The ministry reformed its practices. Werewolves gained new rights. The old pure-blood prejudices began to fade as a generation grew up knowing that a half-blood had saved them all. Harry and Daphne announced their engagement in December. The response was overwhelming. Congratulations from across the wizarding world, elaborate gifts from families hoping to curry favor, an almost suffocating amount of attention. They escaped it by taking a vacation to the continent. 3 weeks of traveling, exploring, being nobody in particular. Harry discovered he loved Italy. Daphne developed an obsession with French pastries. They argued about architecture, laughed at terrible tourist attractions, and fell more deeply in love with each passing day. "I want to do this forever," Daphne said one night, curled against him in a small in outside Florence. "Travel the world with you. See everything there is to see. We have time." Harry kissed her forehead. "All the time in the world, actually. The transformation stopped my aging. I could live for centuries. And I'm mortal. Fully mortal now, without the curse." Harry had thought about this. A lot. We don't know that for certain. The bond one share with the sleeper, it extends to the people closest to me. You, Sirius, Hermione, Ron. I can feel you all, connected through me to something ancient and powerful. He took her hand. "I don't know what that means for your lifespan, but I know you're part of my family now, in ways that go beyond normal human connection. So I might live forever too? Maybe. Or maybe we'll have a normal human lifetime together and then you'll die and I'll have to keep going alone. Harry's voice was soft. I don't know. But I know that whatever happens, I want to spend every moment we have together. Daphne was quiet for a long time. Then she smiled. That's the most romantic and terrifying thing anyone's ever said to me. I specialize in romantic and terrifying. She laughed and pulled him closer, and they didn't talk about the future again that night. The thing beneath Hogwarts was waking. Not the sleeper, that entity was stable now, content in its connection to Harry and the family network they'd built. This was something else. Something older. Something that even the sleeper didn't fully understand. Harry felt it first as a stirring. A pressure deep in the earth, like something massive shifting in its sleep. The sleeper felt it too, and its response was immediate and alarming. Something comes. Something that should not be. Harry rushed to the deep chamber, abandoning the wedding preparations that had occupied most of his attention. The sleeper was coiled tighter than usual, its vast body tense with something that looked like fear. What is it? The progenitor's sibling. The one who chose differently. The one who rejected connection and sought dominion instead. The sleeper's voice was heavy with ancient grief. We thought it had faded long ago, but it did not fade. It hid. And now your transformation, your bonding, your network. IT has drawn its attention. Harry felt his blood run cold. There's another ancient serpent? One that wants dominion. The devourer. The endless hunger. The one who believed that the purpose of existence was consumption, not connection. The sleeper's eyes met Harry's. If it wakes fully, IT will destroy everything. It will consume the magic of this island, this world, this reality. It will not stop until everything is part of it. How do we stop it? I do not know. The progenitor sealed it away millions of years ago. The seal should have lasted forever. But your transformation created ripples. Echoes of the old magic that called to things that should have stayed sleeping. Harry thought about everything he'd accomplished. Defeating Voldemort. Building a network of connection. Creating a family that spanned ages and species. And now, apparently, he'd accidentally awakened an apocalyptic entity. We need help, he said. The progenitor. Can you reach it? I can try. But the progenitor is distant. Beyond distance. It may not hear, or it may not care. Try anyway. And while you're trying, I'm going to do what I always do. What is that? Harry smiled grimly. Figure it out as I go. The wedding was beautiful. Harry had insisted they not postpone it, despite the looming threat. Daphne had agreed. If the world was going to end, she'd rather face it as his wife than his fiancée. The ceremony was held at Hogwarts, in the great hall where they'd first met properly. The guests included everyone who mattered, Sirius as best man, Hermione as Daphne's maid of honor, the Weasleys and Greengrasses and dozens of others filling the ancient space with love and laughter. Harry barely noticed any of it. His senses were extended downward, into the earth, tracking the devourer's slow awakening. You're distracted, Daphne murmured as they exchanged vows. Something's coming. Something bad. I know. You told me. She squeezed his hands. But right now, in this moment, I need you to be here with me. Whatever comes next, we face it together. That's what this is about. Harry forced himself to focus, to be present, to look at the woman he loved and commit himself to her fully. I do, he said, and meant it with everything he had. I do, she replied, and her smile lit up the room. They kissed, and the great hall erupted in applause, and for one perfect moment, Harry forgot about ancient entities and impending doom. Then the ground shook. The celebration stopped. Everyone looked around, confused, as cracks spread across the floor. Harry! Sirius's voice was sharp with concern. What's happening? Harry reached for the sleeper. The ancient entity's response was immediate and urgent. IT has begun. The devourer wakes. You have hours, perhaps less, before it breaks through the final seals. Harry looked at his new wife, at his godfather, at the hundreds of people who had gathered to celebrate with him. Everyone needs to evacuate, he said. Now, get to the apparition points, get off the grounds. The castle isn't safe. What's going on? Hermione demanded. Harry, what? Something I woke up by accident. Something that wants to consume everything. Harry's voice was calm, despite the fear churning in his gut. I'm going to stop it, but I need everyone out of the way first. You're not facing this alone. Sirius grabbed his arm. Whatever it is, I have to face it alone. Or at least I have to face it first. The sleeper might be able to help, but this thing... Harry met his godfather's eyes. This thing is beyond anything we've fought before. If I can't stop it, I need you all to survive. To warn the rest of the world. To find another way. Harry, please, Sirius, please, let me do this. Sirius stared at him for a long moment. Then slowly he nodded. Come back to us. That's an order from your godfather. I'll try. Harry kissed Daphne one last time, memorizing the feel of her lips, the warmth of her presence. Then he turned and walked toward the entrance to the deep chamber. The final battle was about to begin. Chapter 6. Serpent rising. The ground split open beneath Hogwarts. Harry descended through passages that hadn't existed an hour ago, following cracks in reality toward something that shouldn't be possible. The sleeper's presence wrapped around him, anxious and protective, but even that ancient entity's power felt small compared to what was waking below. How long? Harry asked through their bond. Minutes. The final seals are shattering. I can feel my siblings' hunger from here. It has grown over the millennia. Grown and festered and become something worse than even I remember. Harry kept moving. The stone around him was changing, becoming older, more primal. He was passing through layers of reality now, each step taking him further from the world he knew. The chamber he finally entered was nothing like the sleeper's domain. Where the sleeper's space had been vast and strange but somehow alive, this place was dead. Black stone stretched in every direction, absorbing light, radiating cold. The air tasted like endings. And in the center, bound by chains of pure magic that were visibly dissolving, the devourer waited. It was wrong. The sleeper was ancient and alien, but there was something recognizable about it. A spark of connection, of kinship, of shared purpose. The devourer had none of that. It was a void given form, a hunger made manifest. Its shape was serpentine, but only in the loosest sense. Coils that seemed to eat the space around them, scales that reflected nothing, eyes that were windows into absolute emptiness. Blood of the progenitor. The voice wasn't sound. It was absence of sound, words carved from silence. You have come to witness my awakening. I've come to stop it. The devourer's laughter was the death of stars. Stop it? Child. You cannot stop inevitability. Your transformation called to me across the ages. Your bond with my weakling sibling weakened the seals that held me. You are not my enemy. You are my herald. I didn't know. I didn't mean to wake you. Intent is irrelevant. Only consequences matter. The devourer shifted, and more chains snapped. I will consume this island first, then the continent, then the world. And when there is nothing left, I will turn my hunger outward, to the stars themselves. Harry felt the sleeper's fear through their bond. The ancient entity that had terrorized magical Britain, the presence he'd worked so hard to stabilize. It was terrified of its sibling. Why? Harry asked. Why consume? What do you gain from destroying everything? Gain. The concept seemed to confuse the devourer. I do not gain. I am. Consumption is not a choice. It is my nature. The progenitor made me to end things, to clean the universe of failed experiments, to unmake what should not be. The progenitor created you to destroy? Creation and destruction are two sides of the same scale. My sibling was made to nurture, to connect, to sustain. I was made to cull, to devour, to return energy to the void so that new things could be born. The devourer's emptiness seemed to deepen. But they sealed me away, said I had grown beyond my purpose, said I had become too hungry, too indiscriminate. They were right, of course. I no longer distinguish between what should be consumed and what should be preserved. I simply hunger. Harry understood now. The devourer wasn't evil, not in any meaningful sense. It was broken, a tool that had exceeded its design parameters, a force that had lost its guiding intelligence. Just like the sleeper had been, before Harry bonded with it. What if you had a new purpose? Harry asked. What if someone could help you remember what you were supposed to be? You speak of bonding. My sibling's solution. The devourer's attention focused on Harry with crushing intensity. I have considered it. The progenitor offered. Once. Before the ceiling. I refused. Connection is anathema to my nature. To bond would be to change, and I do not wish to change. You'd rather destroy everything than change? I would rather be what I am, even if what I am is terrible. The last chains shattered. The devourer rose. The battle was nothing like Harry had experienced before. Against Voldemort, against Death Eaters, against dark wizards of every stripe, those had been fights. Contests of skill and power and will. This was something else entirely. This was survival against a force of nature. The devourer's hunger radiated outward in waves, consuming magic itself. Harry's shields dissolved the moment they formed. His spells were swallowed before they could reach their target. Even the sleeper's power, flowing through their bond, was being drained away. It is useless. The devourer's voice was everywhere. You cannot fight entropy. You cannot defeat the ending of all things. Harry retreated, dodging tendrils of void that reached for him, feeling his strength draining with every passing second. The devourer wasn't attacking him specifically. It was consuming everything, and he just happened to be in the way. Sleeper, Harry called through their bond. I need help. I am trying. But my sibling is stronger than me. It always was. The sleeper's presence was flickering, struggling against the devourer's influence. If the progenitor does not answer soon, then we lose. I know. Harry's mind raced. There had to be something, some weakness, some angle he hadn't considered. The devourer had been sealed because it refused to change. It valued its nature more than anything else, even its own survival. But that nature wasn't inherently destructive. The progenitor had created it to cull, to clean, to return energy for reuse. It had become indiscriminate over time, lost the ability to distinguish between what should and shouldn't be consumed. What if Harry could restore that distinction? You said the progenitor made you to end things, Harry called out, dodging another wave of consumption. To unmake failed experiments. To clean up mistakes. Yes, that was my purpose. Then what's happening right now is wrong. You're not cleaning up a mistake. You're becoming one. Harry stood his ground, letting the devourer's attention focus on him fully. The progenitor sealed you away because you'd lost your judgment. You couldn't tell the difference between what needed to end and what deserved to continue. Everything ends eventually. I simply accelerate the process. But not everything should end now. The sleeper found a new purpose. It learned to protect instead of just exist. It changed. Harry's voice strengthened. You could change too, if you were willing. I told you, I do not wish to change. You told me connection is anathema to your nature. But your nature isn't what you think it is. Harry reached for the bond with the sleeper, for the connection to the progenitor that ran through it. You were made to return energy to the void. That's not destruction, that's transformation. You're supposed to take what's broken and turn it into potential for something new. The devourer paused. His consumption slowed, just slightly. What are you saying? I'm saying you've forgotten half of your purpose. You remember the consuming part, but you've forgotten what comes after. The energy you take isn't supposed to disappear. It's supposed to become something else. You're not an ending. You're a transition. A transition. The word echoed strangely in the void. I do not remember transition, because you've been alone for millions of years, cut off from everything, sealed in darkness, with nothing to do but hunger. Harry stepped closer to the massive form. The sleeper went through the same thing, forgot what it was supposed to be. It became corrupt, dangerous, consumed by loneliness. But when I bonded with it, when I gave it connection again, it remembered. The Devourer's voice was different now. Less empty, almost curious. My sibling remembered its purpose. Yes, and you could too. If you let someone help you. The progenitor's presence arrived like sunrise. Harry felt it first as warmth, impossible, overwhelming warmth that pushed back the Devourer's cold. Then came the voice, vast beyond comprehension, speaking in frequencies that transcended language. My children. The Devourer shrank back. For the first time, something like fear flickered in its endless emptiness. Progenitor, you have come. I have always been with you, both of you. Even when the seals separated us, I watched. I waited. I hoped. Hoped for what? For this moment. The progenitor's attention shifted to Harry. You have done well, blood of my blood. You saw what I saw, that my children are not monsters. They are wounded parts of a greater whole, seeking completion they cannot find alone. Can you help it? The way I helped the sleeper. I cannot. I am too vast, too distant. My touch would overwhelm any bond, would consume the partner rather than connect with them. The progenitor's presence pulsed with ancient sorrow. That is why I needed you. A bridge. Someone small enough to connect without destroying. You want me to bond with the Devourer too? I want you to offer. The choice must be freely made, by both parties. Harry looked at the Devourer. The ancient entity was watching him now, its emptiness somehow less absolute than before. Something was stirring in those void depths. Curiosity, perhaps, or hope. If I bond with you, Harry said slowly, you become part of my family, part of the network the sleeper and I have built. Your hunger would be directed, controlled, given purpose again. And in return? In return, you would have connection, companionship, something to exist for besides consumption. Harry met the Devourer's gaze without flinching. I won't lie to you. I don't know if it will work. The sleeper's bond took time to stabilize. Yours might take longer. You might hate it. You might hate me. But it's better than being sealed away again, or destroying everything and being alone forever. The Devourer was silent for a long moment. The void around them had stopped expanding, held in stasis by the progenitor's presence. You would trust me? The voice was strange, vulnerable almost. After everything I have done, everything I intended to do, trust is a choice. I'm choosing to make it. Why? Harry thought about all the chances he'd been given. Dumbledore trusting him despite his connection to Voldemort. Sirius believing in his innocence despite the evidence. Daphne offering alliance when everyone else saw him as a monster. Because someone has to go first. Someone has to take the risk of connection, or nothing ever changes. Harry held out his hand. Let me help you remember what you were supposed to be. The Devourer stared at his hand for what felt like eternity. Then, slowly, a tendril of void reached out and touched him. The bond was agony. Not like the sleeper's bond, which had been strange but ultimately manageable. This was raw, primal, a direct connection to something that had been designed to unmake reality itself. Harry felt himself dissolving. His consciousness fragmented, scattered across the void, becoming part of something far larger than himself. The Devourer's hunger flooded through him, millions of years of accumulated need, and for a terrible moment he understood why the ancient entity had become what it was. Loneliness. Pure, absolute loneliness. The Devourer had been alone since before humans existed, sealed away with nothing but its own hunger for company. Of course it had become indiscriminate. Of course it had lost the ability to distinguish between what should and shouldn't be consumed. What else could it do, when consumption was the only thing that made the emptiness bearable? I see you, Harry whispered through the bond. I see what you are, what you were, what you could be again. I do not understand. The Devourer's voice was different now, younger, somehow, uncertain. This feeling, this connection, it's family, it's belonging, it's knowing you're not alone anymore. Harry pushed his own memories through the bond. growing up isolated, unloved, believing he was worthless, finding Hogwarts, finding friends, finding purpose. The transformation that had threatened to strip away his humanity. The choice to become a bridge instead of a monster. You were alone too, the Devourer said. You were hungry too. Everyone is in their own way. The difference is whether we let the hunger define us, or whether we find something bigger to be part of. The bond stabilized. Not completely. Harry could feel the rough edges, the places where the Devourer's nature fought against connection. But enough. The hunger was still there, but it was directed now, channeled, given purpose. I remember, the Devourer whispered. I remember what comes after consumption. The energy returns, becomes potential, feeds new creation. That's your purpose. Not destruction for its own sake, transformation. Endings that enable beginnings. Yes, the Devourer's emptiness was filling, slowly, with something that looked almost like light. Yes, I remember. They emerged from the depths together. Harry walked out of the cracked earth. His body changed again, marked by both bonds now, carrying the weight of two ancient entities in his soul. The sleeper's warmth and the Devourer's cold balanced each other, creation and destruction in perfect equilibrium. The Hogwarts grounds were chaos. Students and staff had evacuated, but Sirius and the Order had stayed, ready to fight whatever emerged from below. They saw Harry first, then the vast presences rising behind him. Harry! Sirius ran toward him, then stopped short. What? Who? It's okay. Harry's voice was tired but steady. It's over. The Devourer agreed to bond. It's part of the family now. The family? Sirius looked at the two massive forms materializing in the sky above Hogwarts. The sleeper, gold and warm, and the Devourer, dark but no longer empty. You're telling me you've got two primordial entities as... what? Relatives? More or less. Harry managed a weak smile. It's complicated. Complicated, right? Sirius stared for a moment longer, then shook his head. You know what? I've stopped being surprised. You could tell me you'd befriended a constellation, and I'd just nod at this point. Don't give me ideas. Daphne pushed through the crowd, still wearing her wedding dress, now torn and dirty from the evacuation. She ran to Harry and threw her arms around him. You're alive. You're actually alive. Her voice was muffled against his chest. I felt the bond weaken. I thought, I'm okay. Better than okay, actually. Harry held her close, breathing in her scent, feeling her warmth. We won. All of us. We won. She pulled back, looking at him with tears in her eyes. So what happens now? Harry looked up at the two ancient beings hovering above the castle. The sleeper was reaching toward the Devourer, tentative, hopeful, siblings reunited after millions of years of separation. The Devourer was accepting the contact, its void nature softening in the presence of family. Now we rebuild, Harry said. All of us together. The weeks that followed were strange. The wizarding world struggled to process what had happened. Two primordial entities now existed alongside humanity. Their vast presences felt throughout magical Britain. Some people were terrified. Others were awed. A few enterprising individuals tried to start religions. Harry shut that down immediately. They're not gods, he explained at a press conference that had been Daphne's idea. They're beings. Old, powerful, complicated beings who made mistakes and are trying to do better. Just like the rest of us. But they could destroy the world, a reporter called out. How do we know they won't? Because they're part of a family now. My family. Harry's voice was calm, confident. Connection changes people. Changed me. Changed the sleeper. Changed the Devourer. We're bound together, all of us. And that binding gives us responsibility for each other. And if the bonds break, then we'll figure it out. Together. Harry looked directly into the cameras. That's how family works. You don't give up on each other just because things get hard. The questions continued, but the message had been delivered. The Ancient Ones weren't threats to be feared. They were members of a community, bound by ties of affection and responsibility. It would take time for people to accept that, but time was something they had. Harry and Daphne finally had their honeymoon. Not immediately, there was too much to do in the aftermath, too many pieces to pick up. But 2 months after the confrontation with the Devourer, Sirius practically forced them out of Grimmauld Place. Go. Be newlyweds. The world can manage without you for a few weeks. But the reconstruction will still be there when you get back. Hermione's handling logistics. Lupin's coordinating with the werewolf communities. I'm pretending to be useful. Sirius grinned. You've saved the world multiple times. Take a vacation. They went to Greece first, then Egypt, then a dozen other places, traveling by whatever methods struck their fancy, exploring corners of the magical world that Harry had never seen. Do you ever think about what it would have been like? Daphne asked one night, lying beside him in a small inn overlooking the Meridian. If none of this had happened? If you'd been a normal wizard? Sometimes, I think I would have been smaller, not less valuable but less aware. I never would have understood how big the world really is. And now? Now I know that the world is bigger than I can comprehend. And I know that's okay. I don't have to understand everything. I just have to be part of it. Daphne rolled onto her side, studying his face. You've changed so much since I first met you. That scared, angry boy in the library, he's gone. He's not gone. He's still part of me. But he's not alone anymore. Harry reached out, touching her face. None of us are alone anymore. Sappy, you married me. I did. She smiled. And I'd do it again. They returned to Britain at the end of summer. The world had continued turning in their absence. The reconstruction was progressing well. The Ancient Ones had settled into a rhythm, the sleeper nurturing magical growth across the island, the Devourer carefully consuming energies that would otherwise become dangerous or stagnant. Harry felt them both through his bonds, constant presences at the edge of his awareness. Not intrusive, but comforting. Like knowing your family was always nearby, even when you couldn't see them. The Ministry wants to talk to you, Hermione reported when they arrived at Grimmauld Place. Something about formalizing the status of the ancient entities. They want to regulate beings that predate human civilization? They want to try. You know how bureaucrats are. Harry laughed. Tell them I'll come by next week. Let them stew for a while. Life settled into patterns. Harry split his time between London and Hogwarts, between political meetings and quiet moments with his family. Daphne threw herself into rebuilding her family's fortunes, using the connections she developed during the war to establish greengrass trading as a major force in magical commerce. Sirius recovered slowly, the damage from Azkaban fading as he found purpose in the new world. He became an unofficial ambassador between the magical community and the Ancient Ones, using his aristocratic charm to smooth over conflicts and build understanding. Ron and Hermione got married in the spring. Harry served as best man, standing at the altar with a smile that hurt his face, watching two of his oldest friends commit themselves to each other. You're crying, Daphne whispered. I'm not crying. I'm having an allergic reaction to happiness. You're such a terrible liar. You married me anyway. The years passed, not always peacefully. There were crises, conflicts, moments when the delicate balance Harry had built threatened to collapse. Dark wizards who thought they could challenge the new order. Politicians who tried to exploit the Ancient One's power. Old resentments that flared into violence before they could be resolved. But they faced everything together. The family Harry had built, human and ancient, mortal and immortal, stood firm against every challenge. 20 years after the Devourer's awakening, Harry stood on the Hogwarts grounds at dawn. He looked different now. Not older. His immortality had stabilized, leaving him eternally in his early 20s, but changed in subtler ways. His eyes held depths that hadn't been there before, the accumulated weight of decades spent bridging worlds. Daphne stood beside him, still beautiful, still sharp, still the one person who could see through all his defenses. Their daughter played nearby, a girl of 16 with her mother's dark hair and her father's strange eyes. Lily wants to meet the sleeper today, Daphne said. She says she's ready. Is she? You tell me. You're the one with the supernatural senses. Harry reached out through his bonds, feeling the ancient entity's awareness. The sleeper's response was warm, welcoming. It had watched Lily grow, had felt her presence through Harry's connection, and it was eager to know her directly. The devourer was more cautious, but not opposed. It had learned restraint over the years, had come to understand that connection required patience. They'll accept her, if she wants to join the family properly. She wants to. Daphne's voice was soft. She's been asking about it since she was old enough to understand what you are. What we are. You're part of this too. I know, but I'm the normal one, comparatively speaking. She smiled. Our daughter wants to bond with primordial serpent entities. This is my life now. Harry laughed and pulled her close. Behind them, Lily was chasing a butterfly across the grounds, completely unaware of the cosmic significance of the day ahead. This was his life. This was his family. This was the world he built from the ashes of Voldemort's defeat and the chaos of his own transformation. It wasn't perfect. Nothing ever was. But it was good. Blood of my blood. The sleeper's voice echoed in his mind, warm with affection. You are content. I am. Are you? I am still learning what contentment means. But I believe, yes, I believe I am content. Good. Harry watched the sun rise over Hogwarts, feeling the bonds that connected him to entities beyond human comprehension, to the wife he loved more than life, to the daughter who would carry their legacy forward. He had drunk Basilisk venom and Phoenix tears in a desperate bid to survive. He had become something unprecedented, something that shouldn't exist by any reasonable measure. He had faced dark lords and ancient horrors, had built alliances that spanned species and ages, had created a family that defied every expectation. And somehow, impossibly, he had found peace. Lily's bonding with the sleeper happened at sunset. Harry guided her through the process, explaining what to expect, preparing her for the overwhelming sensation of connecting to something so vast and old. Daphne watched from nearby, her expression a mixture of pride and fear. It won't hurt, Harry promised. The sleeper is gentle. It's been waiting for you. I know. Lily's voice was steady, braver than Harry had been at her age. I can feel it. It's been saying hello to me my whole life. Then you're ready. The bond formed easily, naturally, like two puzzle pieces clicking together. Lily gasped, her eyes going wide, and Harry felt the connection snap into place. His daughter, joining the family network that had started with him and the sleeper all those years ago. Oh, Lily breathed. Oh, it's beautiful. It is good to know you properly, young one, the sleeper said, its voice now audible to Lily as well. Your father has spoken of you often. All good things, I hope. Mostly. He worries about you. All parents worry. Lily laughed, and the sound echoed through the bond, filling Harry with a joy so profound it almost hurt. This was legacy. This was continuation. This was the future he had fought and bled and sacrificed for. The centuries that followed were beyond anything Harry could have imagined. He watched empires rise and fall, saw magic spread and retreat and spread again, witnessed humanity's first steps into space, felt the sleeper's wonder as it perceived stars closer than ever before. The devourer found purpose too in time. It consumed the dying energies of failed magical experiments, cleaned up the remnants of dark rituals, returned power to the universe in ways that enabled new growth. It was still hungry, would always be hungry, but the hunger served life now instead of ending it. Harry's family grew. Lily bonded with the devourer eventually, becoming a bridge between both ancient ones. Her children did the same. Generations passed, each one adding new connections to the network, new perspectives to the family consciousness. Daphne died, eventually. No bond could grant true immortality to someone who hadn't undergone the transformation Harry had. But her death wasn't an ending. Her consciousness lingered in the network, a warm presence that Harry could still feel when he reached for her. I told you, she said, her voice now part of the sleeper's chorus. That I'd haunt you forever. Best haunting I could ask for. Sappy. You married me. I did. And I'd do it again. 1,000 years after Harry Potter drank basilisk venom and phoenix tears in a desperate bid to survive, the universe was different. Humanity had spread across the stars, taking magic with them, building civilizations on worlds the ancients had never imagined. The Sleeper and the Devourer had grown too, their consciousnesses expanding to encompass new territories, new connections, new purposes. And at the center of it all, the bridge remained. Harry Potter, the boy who had been a weapon, a savior, a monster, and finally something more, continued his work, connecting, nurturing, helping the vast and the small find common ground. He had become, in a very real sense, what the progenitor had always intended. A living link between worlds. A reminder that connection was stronger than consumption, that love was stronger than hunger, that family could be built from the most unlikely elements. Blood of my blood. The progenitor's voice echoed across the cosmos, speaking to Harry for the first time in centuries. You have exceeded all my hopes. I had help. You had potential. The help merely revealed it. Harry smiled, feeling the weight of ages and the lightness of purpose. What now? What's next? That is for you to decide. You have built something unprecedented. A family that spans species and stars. The future is whatever you make of it. Harry thought about everything he'd been, everything he'd become. The scared boy in the cupboard. The desperate child who'd drunk poison to survive. The bridge, the connector, the center of a web that now stretched across galaxies. Then I'll keep going, he said. Keep building. Keep connecting. For as long as it takes. For as long as what takes? Harry looked out at the universe. The vast, impossible, beautiful universe that had become his family's home. Everything, he said. For as long as everything takes. The progenitor's laughter echoed across the stars, warm with approval. And Harry Potter, the serpent's chosen, the bridge between worlds, turned back to his work. There was always more to do. There was always more to become. And there was always family. In the end, Harry Potter's story wasn't about drinking venom or gaining immortality or becoming something inhuman. It wasn't about defeating Dark Lords or bonding with ancient entities or building an interstellar family. It was about a choice to connect instead of consume, to love instead of fear, to reach out to something vast and lonely and say, you don't have to be alone anymore. That choice had saved the world, had saved multiple worlds eventually, had transformed the universe itself into something more connected, more alive, more capable of growth. And it had started with a scared boy in a dark chamber, facing certain death, making a decision that defied all logic. Harry Potter had chosen to live, had chosen to become, had chosen to bridge the gap between what was and what could be. And that choice had made all the difference.